Present.
And Connor.
Hello.
David.
Hey-ho.
And Twin 2. Brad?
I'm here.
Okay, so Twin 2 is Jeremy. Just checking. I didn't know Twin number 2. All right, so you're all here. So I'm going to do a brief, real brief summary. But before I start, just to make sure nobody gets upset, it's possible we may finish before midnight tonight. I have a what do you call it? Like a roller coaster session planned, and I want to end on a particular note. So depending on how quickly certain things happen, we may end a little early. I don't want to start the next, I really want you to be level 7 before I introduce the next challenge at a certain point. So if we get to that point before midnight, I will stop. But we might take till midnight. It's just, I just wanted to warn you guys that we might end a little early. Okay, so welcome everyone. Previously, I know, right? I'm an ass. I'm going to do something kind of similar to a TV show here in my previously on Monstrous Deeds. I'm not going to summarize the entire story. I'm going to harken back to certain bits and pieces that might be pertinent to tonight's episode. You were all summoned by a dream that started in your sleep, but then eventually infected even your waking hours at night. A witch of some kind, a hooded woman, summoned you to a glade in the woods. You all couldn't ignore the summons, and you ended up going. When you talked to her, you all had a shared vision of something that might happen, she said. But at the end of that shared vision that you had, when you all came to your senses, you had a short conversation with her. Some of the things that she mentioned were that there was an artifact of great power, magic, strong enough to possibly contain even a god. She needed this object in order to trap her dark majesty, who intended to wipe out all civilization, even the monstrous races. She said that this artifact was in a gnome citadel, high in the mountains. These gnomes are very reclusive. They don't come out of their mountain very often. They're very rarely seen outside of their fortress home up in the mountains. She gave you a secondary vision, which gave you the impression that you were flying above the mountains, soaring like an eagle, along a very narrow and treacherous path up these mountains. You have familiarized yourself with some of this treacherous path as you made your way up this mountain. She showed you that the path wound high up into the mountains to an entrance that was hidden. And she said that the artifact that you were seeking was deep within the center and bottom of the mountain. So you knew that you were going to climb, or you could discern, based on the information that she gave you during this conversation, that you would have to climb to the top and then make your way to the bottom of this mountain, trying not to be discovered, if at all possible. Of course, if you are, then casualties may ensue, as the mission was more important than lives inside the mountain. But very little is known about these gnomes, other than that they have, what she was able to tell you is they have ascending magic and science together to create things that are not seen or haven't been seen in the surface world. Many secrets lie within this fortress, such that things that none of you have ever experienced, and you have no idea how dangerous it may be. But they're gnomes. How dangerous could they be? Some of you have a personal hatred against gnomes, and some of you are indifferent, and others just want the glory. So you began your trek up the mountains. You encountered several creatures that were legendary in the land of song, not the least of which is Grimm, who bellowed out a single name when he perished on. David's name is not up here. What is your name, David? I forget. I have it here. Hold on.
You mean Dahak?
Yes, Dahak. That perished upon Dahak's arrow as his spirit was released into the ethereal plane. He bellowed the name Kakoa. The legend of Kakoa is something that was known far and wide in the land of song, as he was one of the heroes that gave his life in the Valley of the Sleeping Jarls to save his companions, of which Cordric and Lorilla were the only survivors. You continued up the mountain, following the main path, it seemed, not as the small windy path that you were on joined with a wider path. You found what appeared to be a bunch of gnomes gathered on a cliffside, kids playing on some bone structures of giant beasts. In combat. First fooling them, Drepix, I believe, disguised himself, ingratiate himself with them to learn how to get inside the door that they were standing outside of. He did discover how this door opened, and they opened it. And then at that moment, the party moved in for attack. And that's where we're starting. Let me move you guys to the map after I see what Chris is saying. Hold on. Oh, okay. All right, and if I remember in this battle, you initially targeted the children around the campfire and blasted them to death. The children that were left alive, Tarar ran up and put two children in a chokehold and is holding them up while raging, while two guards have taken on a blurry form in front of him as they're trying to defend the children. Drepix, I don't remember if you showed your true colors and betrayed them yet, or if you're still appearing as a gnome.
They do not. They think I am a friend still.
Do you remember?
I thought he was still in disguise.
Sorry, I just realized I didn't hold the button down. I am still disguised. They still think I'm a companion of theirs.
Okay, perfect. So I will role play accordingly. Lorilla initially used her magic to summon since the clouds were already heavy overhead, she summoned a lightning storm out of the clouds and began trying to control the lightning. But Starla used her magic to steal Lorilla's lightning storm from her and gained control of the storm and turned it against the gnomes and herself. She then took the form of a giant eagle and flew up into the air, where she is trying desperately to control what she can from the height of 55 feet above the group. And we ended on Starla's turn, as I think last round you had just taken control of the storm. Yeah, I didn't forget that she did, because that was going to be my signature Lorilla move there, and Starla stole it from me. So yeah, that's pretty awesome.
I think we might have finished with my turn. That would have made more sense.
Yeah, I thought so. Maybe I just didn't hit forward on initiative, and that's fine. Maybe, yeah, I think the last thing you did was control the storm.
Let's just start at top of initiative. That just makes more sense.
Okay, fair enough. Drepix, it is your turn. Yeah, Tarar, I do know that those guards are intimidated by you. That's why I had them both use their blur action to try and make themselves harder to hit. And then the other gnome guard that's left alive is in the darkness spell of Ikreg. So he is shrouded in total darkness. I guess there's another one there. This guy. He should also, unless there's something else that's making this guy blind. Did somebody do something?
He's in the darkness.
Well, I know, but why do I have that symbol on him and not on this one?
It might have been my hypnotic power that I cast at the beginning of the combat. So he's unconscious.
He's incapacitated, right? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we'll start with Drepix. Drepix, you are still in disguise, but there is a raging bugbear barbarian next to you, holding up two gnome children.
Yes, and last time the guards asked me if I was going to join them and help them, so I was trying to fake look like I was about to strike. So on my turn, I kind of turned more towards the darkness, and with my free hand that's not holding my rapier, I'm trying to keep it on my side so the guards behind me aren't noticing since they're more focused on Terrar. And weaving some hand signs, I'm using Silent Image to make an image of a gnome child come running out of the shadow towards me. And I'm going to pretend to pick up this child and run past them like I'm trying to save the kid.
Okay. I will say that they don't see. Does the spell require verbal components too, or just somatic?
It's verbal, somatic, and materialistic.
Oh, so you're casting a spell. I mean, they're they're gnomes. They're very magical, so they recognize spell casting, but they don't know. I'll have them give you an investigation check to see if they can tell what spell you're casting.
Okay, should I do deception?
Yeah, we can do it as a contest. Their intelligence versus your deception.
Oh shit.
Okay, so they recognize the spell that you're casting, and also therefore they don't believe your illusion. They know that it's an illusion. So they look confounded for a moment as you made an illusionary child hop into your arms. As you still have a movement and a bonus action left if you want. I'm going to role play them as being confused. They don't know why you would do that at first, but you recognize that they know that you're not carrying a real. They're like, "What are you doing?"
So
We have enough children to worry about, and these monsters.
and I kind of look at them and I'm like, the stories were fake. I'm no real adventurer. I'm just a merchant. I'm going to pretend to run past them scared.
Okay. They're not going to stop you if you run beyond them. Yeah, they won't block your movement. All right, so they believe that you acted out of just pure terror. And since Terrar's hands are full with kids, they're going to accept the fact that he didn't try to box.
And I stop at that door there, and that'll be my turn.
You cast illusion, and they don't know why. All right, this gnome guard is in the darkness, so first thing he's going to do is move out of the darkness. Now he can see. He sees Terrar roaring and holding up two children. So let me see what his attacks are. From this range, he is going to grab a dart out of his pack and fling it at Terrar. Terrar, I don't have advantage against you or anything, right? You didn't do any reckless attacks, right?
Nope. There were just there were two grapples against the children. It sounds so bad.
It sounds in character. It's okay. Get ready to do bad things. All right, so he flings a dart at you for a 12.
I use one of the children and then bat the dart at it.
Oh God. Okay, it's not going to puncture the child, but it does bat the dart out of the way since it misses. All right, and then he is going to grab another dart out of his pack, but that's his turn. This guy is incapacitated. Against your spell, Ikreg, do I save at the end of my turns, or do I just not get to save? Am I just stuck like that forever?
You are stuck like this until somebody shakes you to wake you up, or you take damage.
Fair enough. He is just staring at the lights that he can't see because he's in darkness. He is looking for the lights above him. They seem to be in his eyes, but he can't see them above him anymore. But he's just going to stand there, dazed and confused. It is Surikith's turn. Surikith is not here, so Surikith is going to take the dodge action. It is Dahak's turn.
I don't remember. I know that the giant eagle shows 55 feet in the air.
Correct.
Is she above this darkness zone? Can I see her flapping up there?
Oh, yeah. The darkness zone is a radius of 20 feet, so it is only 20 feet up off the ground. She's 35 feet above the bubble.
Okay, so then the next question would be, if I'm 80 feet with your Pythagorean theorem, if I want to shoot an arrow...
Yeah. Well, what's you have a short bow?
Yes.
So she would be just outside of 80 feet. She would be at like 90 feet. So I would say that's not short range.
Yeah, I'll move. I gotta get to within.
Yeah, if you moved up about 10 feet closer, you would be in range.
Yeah, 5, 10.
All right, so climbing up onto that bridge, you now know that she's at the end of your comfortable range shooting.
You gotta. I don't have my multiple monitors, so I gotta keep opening my character sheet like a peasant. Okay, so here's my short bow without advantage because I don't have an ally next to her. And I want to move my hunter's mark off of that brown bear onto her.
Okay.
And then I will use. I'm just going to use my regular without the sharpshooter feat just to see how that goes through.
That will hit her.
Okay, so I will get my all my goodies. So here's the damage plus the sneak and the hunter's mark.
Wait, you don't get sneak attack.
Sorry.
You do get hunter's mark, though.
So yeah, so the hunter's mark. So 9. And then I'll loose another arrow. This one. Ooh, 14.
That hits in giant eagle form.
For 8,
You do get hunter's mark on that too.
Yeah. And an additional 5.
Starts faltering.
And that would be. I'll stay here next to Scarlet.
All right. It is her turn. She is seriously injured, so she is going to retreat. She is going to fly diagonally away down this direction for double her movement speed. Actually, hold on. Nope, I don't have it. Okay. She does not have that spell. And as an animal, I think she can cast spells at 8. She's 8th level. So. But she does not have the spell. Oh, yeah, she does.
She can't cast spells in animal form until like level 18 or something.
Oh, is it? Okay. I didn't look it up. I just thought.
She can heal herself, I think.
Yeah, as a moon druid, she can use a spell slot to heal herself. and get a D8 of health back per level.
Oh, well then I'm gonna blow one of my 3rd level spell slots to heal myself 3d8.
Did Surakith do anything, or did she just take the dodge action?
I had her take the dodge action.
Okay.
Yeah, beast spells come at 18th level.
For her to heal herself with her spell, or with her spell slot, or is that a free action?
That's a bonus action.
Okay, good. Whew. Then I will double move to get out of here because I want Lorilla to live. She's a
no.
We already killed Kakoa. They have a fly speed of 80, so she's going to move 160 feet away.
Dang.
I'm curious how her gnomes feel about her just bailing on him.
Well, whatever they think of her is going to be over momentarily when you murder them. Terrar, it's your turn. As you're holding these children in your hand, you hear the squawk of the giant eagle, and then it fades as it disappears into the clouds overhead and gets very far away.
Okay. I would like to use my action to eat the children in front of the gnomes.
Jesus Christ!
And after I eat them, I would like to do my best Tyrannosaurus Rex roar directly in their face. Hopefully showering them with my spittle and the blood of their children to intimidate them.
Go ahead and give me just a regular melee attack, and you can do this twice with advantage because you're grappling and restraining them. I just want to make sure you actually bite these children.
So just use my Morningstar?
Scenario. I get online, I hear eating children.
Okay, so you grab each child and just bite a chunk out of their throats. The children fall limp and dead in your hands as you shower the blurry gnome guards in front of you with their blood, and they die. You spit out the Adam's apple of these little gnome boys. I'm a good guy, I swear.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to make these other gnomes like piss their pants. Like,
they're even more intimidated by you now if they weren't before. Just out of curiosity, as a free action, are you going to drop those things to free up your hands?
How much of them have I eaten?
Well, you basically just took a bite out of each one, and I'm going to just say that you bit them in a place where it killed them.
Okay, and I'm just going to throw one of them. I'm going to throw one of the bodies at their feet, and just hold on to the other one.
All right. You're going to use a dead gnome child as a club, maybe, and beat them over the head with their own children. That's
sure.
That's pretty awesome.
Should I add that to my sheet? My offhand is a gnome.
I just had you take the dodge action on your turn, because I had a lot going on my side. So on your next turn, you can use an action, but for now, you're kind of hiding behind this bone.
I hope I'm actually use an action.
Defending yourself. I assume you stand your ground there, Terrar, in front of these blurry, terrified gnomes.
I'm gonna eat them.
Okay. Twitch, it is your turn. The eagle has flown.
Okay, so now it's safe to come out of the giant skull, so he's going to do that.
The giant skull that shot a lightning bolt last round, yeah.
Twitch is going to come here, and he is going to use his action to dodge and his bonus action to hide.
Alright, give me a stealth check. Even though I don't think anything has line of sight to you, but you can go ahead and give me a stealth check. Alright, so not very hidden, but luckily nothing has line of sight to you. You are also on the bottom side of a bridge that rises up. This part of the bridge is 10 feet higher than the floor you're on. And there is a darkness bubble in front of you. And there is a giant raging bugbear in front of the other two gnomes that might be able to get line of sight if they leaned over, but they can't see you. So even with that stealth roll, the only way something would see you is if they get within a place to have line of sight to you.
Twitch knows goblins go first.
Ikreg, it's your turn. You are in your bubble of darkness. You see a gnome in front of you just staring blindly into space. Since you can see through your magical darkness, right? You're not blinded.
Yes, I can. I have devil's.
So you can see the other gnome outside of your darkness bubble that's basically grabbing onto another dart that's dripping with poison, and he's getting ready to fling it at Tarar.
Yeah, I'm gonna, great sword in hand, march my darkness over to him and just start slashing him to bits inside just pitch black.
Yeah, as you move up on him, you see him kind of look around nervously. He can't see you. You have advantage on this attack because he is effectively blind.
Awesome. 26?
Yep, that hits him.
13 with a greatsword. Is he still alive?
He's still alive.
I will use my second attack for 19.
Yes, that's a hit. I just had to double check their AC, but yeah, that's a hit.
Okay, and then it's 9 more damage.
Alright, you dropped him to just below half, so with those 2 hits, you can see that he's doubled over in pain. He was just trying to get out of the way, but he couldn't tell where the sword edges were coming from. So his chain shirt took some of the damage, but you pierced through his armor, and he drops the dart he was holding.
Alright, and I think I will remain here.
Alright.
A shadowy presence hovering over him.
Alright, so these 2 gnome guards, I think, go next. They are blurred, and they are terrified. So I'm going to have them attack you, Tarar, with disadvantage this round only. I will let your intimidation last 1 full round, and they'll have the frightened condition. So they can't move closer to you, and they have disadvantage on their attacks. But they are going to pull out their war picks, and they are going to try to attack you.
That's a miss. That's another miss.
All right, so like frightened children, they are trying to attack you with their war picks, but their hands are shaky. You easily deflect their blows. Never mind. I was going to say in a bit of strategic thinking, they were going to try to flank you, but there's darkness behind you, and they don't want to move into that darkness. So they're going to stand their ground there, and they're going to holler over their shoulders to the merchant. I forgot what your pseudonym was, Strepix, but they call out to your merchant name. Please help, or we're all doomed! He's eating the children! And we get to Starla's turn.
I'm gonna casually start walking across this bridge and kind of flick my hand over at this gnome. Since he's the only one I can see anymore.
He's incapacitated. Does he have to give you a dex save for this?
Yes, he does.
He automatically fails, so I'm just going to take that 21 lightning. It will knock him out of his reverie when he takes that 21 damage, so he will no longer be hypnotized. But he is shocked into waking up there.
So he takes an additional 2 because this was at a higher level, or because I took control of the stone, it's an extra D2.
All right, so I did 23 total damage to him. I took away his hypnotized.
Okay, and I will.
So he sees you crossing the bridge. He saw you. He basically woke up as your hand was pointed at him, and he was shocked with lightning. But he can see you.
And that will be my.
All right. Your subterfuge is still active, but the gnome guards are getting a bit upset that you ran away. They need your help.
So, I run up, acting like I'm going to help them. And as I thrust my rapier, it's actually aiming for this guard in front of me and plunged into it.
All right, that will probably break your. They won't trust you after that, but that's probably fair. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to have advantage on this attack. They were not thinking you were going to attack, but only one attack will you have advantage. Your surprise is broken after this.
Okay, and this is enhanced with my booming blade.
A 21 hits him. Oh, correct, Tarar. Thank you. He is blurred, so it would have been a normal attack. The 14, therefore, will miss by 1. So his blur saves him. As you come up behind him, you stab forward, and you don't hit the actual solid form. You hit a blurred form of the gnome. And they both turn and glare at you.
As they turn, well, before they turn, I want the illusion to drop, and I'll just give a evil goblin-y grin. Be like, you're not gonna make it out alive.
Nice! Your giant toothy goblin mouth is grinning at them, and they give you a look like of fright. Are you disengaging when you move away?
I am, and I'm like exit through the open gate.
Alright, so brandishing your rapier in front of you, daring them to try and come at you. This gnome guard is blind while he's in the darkness. There's rocks at his back, there's darkness to the left and right, and there's a longsword somewhere in front of him. So he's going to attack at Ikreg with disadvantage with his pike, or his pick. So he's basically just flailing, and Ikreg, you could probably just start laughing at him because he is nowhere near hitting you with that attack. This gnome guard is going to pull a poison dart out of his pack and throw it at Starla, since you're 20 feet away, or you're about 15 feet away, over the body of the dead brown bear. Finally, an attack that does not have disadvantage. 15 against you, Starla.
Okay, that's a hit.
Alright, so I need a con save.
For poison?
Yes.
Oh, you want to? I'm immune to poison.
You're immune. Okay, so you feel the poison, and it just feels like a little bit of heroin. You feel a little bit happy right now. It doesn't affect you at all, but the piercing from the dart does hurt. You take 6 piercing damage.
I'll pull the dart out and lick the tip, like, please.
Oh god! Nice! The gnome is looking confused. He's never seen a Yuan-ti before. And especially since you're a pureblood, you look mostly human, so he would not have expected your immunity to poison. So he will draw his war pick and charge you. Getting to there, between the bodies of the bears. He has his war pick out, but he already used his attack. Sirkith, it's your turn.
Okay. She's going to the bridge and stop about here. And that guy's still alive, right?
He's got his war pick brandished, and he's trying to attack Starla with it. He did just hit Starla with the dart, but she seemed unfazed.
And then she'll say, "Oh, darling, do you hear that? I think maybe the sound of your death."
As you open your mouth to speak, he sees your forked tongue, and the look of astonishment crosses his face as there's not one but two of these snake women.
Sorry, 1 second. They got so many things.
Right now, it's the stuff of nightmares for these little gnomes.
It'd be the 17 if he doesn't make the save.
Wow, that's a good roll. He has taken damage from a lightning bolt from the sky, so he is going to give you a wisdom save, which he has advantage on because of gnome cunning.
Oh, well, darn.
Alright, so the gnome's natural resistance to magic, the bell sounds, but it does not hurt him. It does cause some momentary panic across his face, though, as he heard the sound of his own death. And we'll go to Dahak. Dahak, it seems that your quarry has flown quite far.
Yes, I'm a little disappointed I didn't drop that creature from the sky.
You were
But
close.
now-
She had 4 hit points remaining.
Oh man, if I would have just woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'm gonna move up next to my sweet princess because I have to, and I am going to. I'm gonna let. Well, shoot. If Lorilla's gone, what happens with my hunter's mark?
It goes with her.
Dang.
You can end concentration on it and recast it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just end the concentration on it. But I'm not gonna recast it just yet. I'm gonna just go for my my 2 arrows at this gnome guard here in front of Starla with my advantage. And I'm gonna use all of it here with my sharpshooter, because why the hell not? 14.
14 against the guard here.
Yeah, the one that's right in front of Starla.
That is a miss,
Okay.
but only by 1.
I closed my screen.
They have an AC of 15 with their chain shirt.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it again. 23.
That will hit.
And this should be fun here. So I'll get all of that, and I'll throw a sneak attack in there for fun.
Surprise, bitch. Your arrow plunges through its neck and protrudes from the back of his neck with its Adam apple attached to the tip.
Sweet. I'll after seeing that, I'll say make sure we save that for Tarar.
He likes them fresh.
David, take a quick break on your turn, and this is for anybody in the group. I'm going to utilize a new ammo tracking method to make things easier on the bookkeeping, and to save some game time. We won't have to roll to search for ammunition at the end of an encounter, because that just takes up time that's unnecessary. There are two types of ammunition. There's ammunition that's thrown, and there's ammunition that's breakable. Javelins, hand axes, warhammers, those types of things are thrown. You always get those back at the end of an encounter, unless there's some special circumstance that it falls off a cliff or something. Assume that you get those back. For arrows, if you hit, you don't have to mark that one off. You get that back. If you miss, you mark that one off. If you crit, you mark that one off. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so only mark off an arrow spent if you crit or miss. So in this case, you would mark 2 arrows off from your quiver. Anytime you hit a target, you can retrieve the arrow from the body.
Okay.
You pull it out of the fleshy bits and get it back.
Sounds good. I've taken those notes. I am going to continue to move. That was 5 feet. To the bottom of that bridge. And that'll be it.
All right, she double moves again, putting her 375 feet away from the combat. Tarar, it's your turn.
Taking another bite of the one in my left hand, I'm going to throw the body against the wall, and I'm going to grapple the one in front of me. This guy.
All right, so he is blurry. So to give him the benefit of blur, you can make your athletics check with disadvantage.
But
either way, I'll say either you make
advantage. I have advantage on grapple checks. When I'm raging.
Okay, then in that case, you rolled the way you would normally roll, and I'm going to give myself advantage on my return attack.
Okay. And this is a strength contest or athletics, I believe. Oh, wow, that was close.
Oh my god, nice. Okay, well, you do grapple him, so which one are you grappling?
I'm going to grapple and restrain this one. And for my attack, since he is blurred, but I have him restrained, or I have him grappled, I'm going to, since I have my boots active, just for flavor, I want to jump straight up into the air and slam him into the ceiling, and then come down and drop him. But I'll just make a regular Morningstar attack.
Okay,
but that's what I do.
Nice. I'll go with it. I like it.
So he is blurred.
You'd have to move a little bit. There's no ceiling directly above you, but I'll say the lip of the ceiling comes out over here if you want to drag him over here and jump.
Okay, I'll jump and then I'll incur an attack of opportunity from him.
Okay.
And then I'll slam him against the ceiling and then like choke slam him into the ground on my way down. And so would I make this at normal? Since he's blurred, even though
I have to give him some benefit from the blur, otherwise there's no point in him using that magic. So make it as a normal attack.
Okay. Ooh, I miss with an 8.
Oh, okay. So basically you jump up into the ceiling and you misjudge the ceiling a bit and it hits your shoulder. It doesn't do any damage to you. You take the force, no problem. But you didn't actually put him in front of you when you hit the ceiling. And you come back down. You are still holding on to him though.
And I think that's all I can do because I made one attack and then multi-attack. So that's it. That's the end of my turn.
All right, it's suitably scary. Twitch.
Twitch is getting up from his very clever hiding spot. He's going to run across the bridge. He's going to action dash. And as he runs by, he's like pushing everybody out of the way. He goes, "Out of my way! Twitch needs cover!"
So you run right into the magical darkness and you cannot see, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Ikreg, you can you look behind you and you see Twitch running into your darkness, and he's got his hands out in front of him, and he can't see anything, but he's there behind you, and you get to react to that.
I will simply say in a low voice, wait for me to finish my prey, and I will give you your sight back. And I will, once more, I'm assuming with advantage, attack this gnome.
Yeah, he's still effectively blind, so he can't see. That's a hit.
10 damage.
He is almost dead. He drops to one knee, and the second hit will take him out.
So with my greatsword, I'll plunge it into his chest, and as I pull it out, I will rip his soul out from his body, and I now have my Accursed Spectre. Hooray! And so now I have a ghost friend.
Okay, it's a
like,
specter, the size of a gnome, but I love it. It's normal. It's none of its stats are going to change, but it kind of has some gnomish features about it. A long pointed nose and some.
If this whole situation
ears.
wasn't more terrifying for them, now they have a friend rising to fight them.
Luckily, none of them could see it because he is in this darkness.
I should clarify, after I kill him, I will drop my darkness.
Oh, so the darkness fades and all they see is you pulling the soul of this creature, the gnome, out of it and commanding it to stand before you. Okay? Yeah, wow.
I picture him condensing the darkness into this form.
So Twitch, as your eyes clear up, the magical darkness drops. You see the hobgoblin warlock pull the soul out of the gnome guard and command it.
Roll initiative.
You brought your friend. You know I hate your friend.
This guy is restrained and grappled by you, Tarar, so he is going to try and attack you with his pick. Actually, no. He's gonna drop his pick and just pull a dart out of his pack and stab you with it. He has disadvantage on the attack. I'm just gonna do a regular melee attack with this dart. For an 11.
An 11 misses.
Alright, so, yeah, you easily just push his hand away. He does not get purchased with that dart. The other gnome guard is going to... I can't really move past you. I want to get up and attack Drepix. I'm gonna... I wonder if you can still... You still have a free hand, don't you?
You can move past me. You won't incur anything.
You can't move past a enemy unless you're a halfling.
Oh, isn't this like part of the cave?
Yeah, but there's a wall right here next to you.
Oh.
There's not enough space there. So he is going to just attack you with his pick. Yeah, that's the wall right there. Are you raging, or you didn't recklessly attack or anything, so he just gets a regular attack against you?
That'll hit.
I finally hit! Doing 6 piercing.
It digs into my thigh, and I just flex, and then force the pick out like inch by inch as I flex my quad muscle.
He is at first thrilled that you actually bleed because he got his pick into your thigh, and he's kind of trying to wrench it, and then suddenly you flex and the pick is forced out, pops back against him, and he's looking even more scared.
My god requires your heart.
Jesus. Mark, you make a really good bad guy. Starla, it's your turn.
Am I able to get a bolt of lightning down there next to the gnome?
Yeah, that is open to the sky. I'm calling this this square as the lip of the roof here, which Tarar jumped up into. But from where Tarar is currently and out, that's open to the sky.
I'm going to use that poison dart as like a little wand, and I'm just going to point there and have a lightning bolt.
Jeez, that's going to hit both of them. Restrained gives me disadvantage on dex saves, so for one of them, I'll roll a dex save with disadvantage.
That's a fail. That's a success.
Alright, so the one being grappled by Tarar is going to take the full 15, and the other
22.
one's going to take...
22.
Oh, 50, yeah.
It does an additional.
And then the other one's going to take 11, right?
Correct.
Ooh, let's see those Constitution saving throws.
Alright, so the one that took 11 is still blurry. The one that's being grappled comes into clear focus in your arms, Mark.
Oh, yes.
That will be the end of my turn.
Jesus. Alright, Trepix. As you guys are making short work of these gnomes. Your ruse is past.
His one magic eye begins to turn from a red to a bright green color as a glob of acid forms in his hands. Let's see if you can dodge this one.
A dexterity save against
this one, because
that one.
the one that's in Tarar's hands. I feel like he's gonna want to have to play with it.
Alright, that's awfully generous of you, Goblin, to allow the bugbear to have his kill. I will give you a dex save. I don't have advantage because this is not intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. Ooh, but he saves. He dodges out of the way of your acid glob.
Impressive. Your luck will run out soon. You should run.
Alright, the gnome guard that is now a specter I took out of initiative, and the other one that's dead I took out, so Surikith, it's your turn.
I can't get within range, so I'm just going to move by the children.
The dead children, awesome.
So I double move to get there.
Alright, Dahak, it looks like the battle is almost over. Those gnome guards have nowhere to run.
I'm going to move up next to Ikrig. And then I'll let one loose on the right guard.
Alright, you have advantage because of pack tactics, right?
Yeah.
Then you have normal attack because of blur.
Right. So I'll do normal. I'm going to take off sharpshooter. And I'm still not using my hunter's mark, so here we go. 15.
15 is the magic number. It pierces his chain shirt. You can add sneak attack because Tarar is next to you. 9 points of damage.
Is he still standing?
Yes, he's still standing.
So I will let a second arrow at him.
Definitely a hit. For 7.
For another 7.
Does that gnome have to make any saves?
Oh, yeah, I need to give you 2 con saves.
Okay.
Alright, so technically the first con save you would have had advantage. If you would like to roll again just to see if you crit, you can.
Sure. No.
Okay, so it's still just 2 hits. The damage stays, but we're going to remove blur.
Fly, little birdie, fly away.
The bird is 555 feet away now, and probably out of range of anything. It is still hunt. Oh no, you said you dropped concentration on it, so she's not hunter's marked. It would give you a magical way to track her if you were going to go back down the mountain and try to track her, but she did not. She did not fly this direction. She flew away from the gnome fortress. So, Tarar, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm going to start devouring the one in my hand.
Alright, you can give me...
He's no longer blurred.
He's not. He's still restrained. You'd have advantage. You're basically taking a bite out of it.
Yeah, so my Morning Star's attacks are just going to be me eating him.
Definitely hits. For the damage, will you just roll 2d4 for me?
And then, so the way I'm picturing it is the more blood I'm shedding, the more my sort of fervor is kicking up, and I'm not able to control the heat coming off of me. So they also each take 3 fire damage.
Okay, so I'm going to let you...
You said 2d4, right?
Yeah, 1d4 for each bite, essentially. And the other one's going to take 3?
Yep. Is the one in my hand still alive?
He is barely alive.
I was hoping to snap him in half.
You almost did. He's got just a couple of hit points remaining. He is bleeding profusely down the front of your shirt.
I'm just holding him up over my head and just letting the blood drip.
Twitch, as you kind of peer around this corner and look up towards the battle, you can see Tarar just drenched in gnome blood, holding one of them up in his giant muscular arms, almost getting ready to pull a Megatron and rip this fucker in half. That's what you're seeing right now.
So normal lunchtime.
Yeah, this is how bugbears eat.
It's just your average Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday, but gnomes.
So with Tarar's blazing heat, Twitch is gonna stay a little bit away. He's gonna point to the gnome guardian. He's like, you are ready. You next. And he's going to cast Infestation. To him, you are already a pile of rotting meat.
Okay, is this to this guy right here, not the one being held?
Yes.
Other parasites. If I fail this con save, I almost want maggots to just pour out of his mouth, ears, and eyes as he falls to the ground dead. As he's being eaten from the inside out. But that's up to you. If you don't like the maggot idea, you don't have to take it, because that damage would be enough to kill him if I fail. So. Oh, that's exactly what I needed. A 13. Okay, so he does not fall over dead. But he is momentarily covered with flies, and he just kind of brushes them off, and they're not.
So the way I see it is, he looks at his hands, and it looks like he's decaying, like and maggots are over, and then he just shakes his head, and he's normal.
Right. Yeah, he is. They're in my mind. These gnomes are like, if they're gonna just die of fright here momentarily. This is a horror movie playing out right now. Of all the ways that a guard could die, this is probably the worst. And now it's Ikreg's turn to have his specter just demolish shit.
Well, the specter.
Oh, I didn't hold on. I didn't redo a net after you.
It's all right.
Why can't I find you? Okay, so go ahead if you'd like to, Ikreg. Do your specter first, and then Ikreg's turn.
Can do. He has a fly speed of 50.
Nice.
So he's going to move right up to these guys. And what is his attack? Life Drain. He also gets a bonus. Gains a special bonus to its attack rolls equal to your charisma modifier. Oh, not damage. That's. I will use Life Drain on the gnome, which is, it should be regular. So that's a 17 plus my charisma modifier, which is 3, so that's a 20.
That will definitely hit him. I'll give you your con save, although you'll probably kill him. So whatever, that's going to kill him. So the damage would also, it would reduce him below 0. So you see, he just shrivels up like a grape. As you pull his life essence out of his body, you see him kind of wither and fall to the ground as a husk.
Oh, I love that. That's pretty great. I don't think he can do anything else.
Probably not the Spectre, but it would now be Ikreg's turn, so you could do something if you want.
Great. Then I will move 5, 10, 15, 20, and swipe at that guy.
No!
He's gonna steal Terrar's kill.
Fucking murder you.
I love it. Bugbear versus Hobgoblin, too. He's like, fuck you. You would have advantage on these attacks because he is restrained.
Okay.
By Terrar's holding him for you. So you can crit fish if you'd like.
He's only
grappled
23.
Oh, okay. If he's only grappled and not restrained, you wouldn't have advantage. But even the 23 for 14 damage, he had 4 health left. Terrar had almost killed him.
I fucking hate you, Hobgoblin.
I'm gonna look at Terrar and say, hey, I made a shish kebab for you. And kind of hold the body on the greatsword up to Terrar's face.
You're looking at, like, crazy bug eyes just staring at you as my entire body is shaking with rage.
Just my specter.
Alright, so that would be the last combatant that is within range. Lorilla continues to fly away as the battle did not go in her favor. You don't know what the result of that will be, but that will be storified later on.
I'm gonna shoot down a couple more lightning bolts because I want to make sure she hears it.
Oh, she hears the crackling of lightning, and that's actually what kind of drove her away. When you took over her magic, she had no idea what she was up against anymore. She's pretty confident in herself as an 8th level druid, but you guys just dominated. So she has no idea how powerful you are. She probably believes that you're way more powerful than you really are. All right, so as the heat of battle fades, you guys kind of gather around Drepix there. You see that there is a stone door that is open. It's a set of double doors. The doors are very ornate, and they had a special kind of lock on it that was a series of levers and cranks that had to be moved in a certain pattern in order to unlock the door. But the door is already open, and Drepix is standing in the open doorway. Beyond the doorway, you see a cave stretching the distance of your dark vision. Ikreg, you can actually see to the end of the cave because the cave is about 100 feet. But you see like a light at the end of the tunnel. Basically, no, wait. Is it still nighttime? I think it's still nighttime. No, I think it was dawn.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
just about dawn.
It was dawn because the kids were playing. They had just gotten up and had some breakfast, and they were playing in the morning sun. And you guys attacked at dawn. So you have been climbing up this mountain all night long. You had a quick 45-second melee, stretched your muscles a little bit. Tarar's got a bit of adrenaline running through his blood right now. But the rest of you see that the body is littered with the dead gnome children, the dead guards, and Dick Greg has got a spirit hanging out with him.
Actually, while we're after fight ended, I'm gonna go by the children. I'm gonna like stand over them and like lean down and caress their now lifeless cheeks and go, "Do not fret. You will get to play again with your friends." And then I'm gonna cast this.
Oh, shit.
It's that terrifying moment from Game of Thrones.
I'm gonna basically do the whole. I'm gonna basically be the Night King and raise my arms up and watch these children twitch in front of all of you.
How many can you do this to? What level are you casting this spell at? You always, as a warlock, you always cast.
Oh no,
spells
sorry, you're
at
right. No, third. I'm gonna do one. You're right. Sorry, forget. Third.
Well, it's a 5th level spell. Are you? So you're casting it at 4.
I got a 3rd level because I only have a 3rd level slot. Oh no, I have a 4th level slot.
You don't have level slots. You always cast at the highest level you can cast.
I'm not warlock. I'm a cleric.
Oh, that's right. You're a cleric. I'm sorry. I thought you were a warlock because you're doing warlocky shit. But you're right. So you can use a 3rd level slot. Therefore, you just get 1.
Yeah, I raised one of the children basically.
Okay, and this makes him a
Zombie.
zombie.
I'm gonna leave it here for someone to play with when they come by.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, you're not going to take it with you.
No, I'm leaving it here to like if anyone comes by to see what happened. They're gonna have a nice little surprise.
Can you imagine she comes back and there's a skeleton gnome child walking
It's a
around
zombie. From
whistling?
a distance, no, from a distance, it's gonna look like it's alive because I killed them with chilled hand. There's no damage on them.
It's the beginning of every zombie movie. It's that zombie child.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, there is a zombie child, and you're basically telling it to hang out here, and you're not taking it with you. So for the next 24 hours, it will follow the command you gave it, which is just chill here and eat anything that comes up the trail. And after 24 hours, it'll just continue to do that forever and ever.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, you have a zombie gnome child. It's just sitting by the fire, kind of waving its head back and forth and moaning lowly. If anything living comes its way, it will try to eat it.
It's just making a statement. Enjoy your new immortality
from now on.
Basically, enjoy your new immortality, my child.
I'd like to see if I can get some darts, some of these poison darts from the guards. Might be useful to hang on.
You can. If you search the gnome guards' bodies, beside the ones that are thrown are spent. They're what they look like. They are rather large darts, about the size of a dagger. They can be thrown, or you can just stab with them like a knife. So they're a little bit different than the darts in the manual. But what you do notice about them is they're not made from they're made from a very thin and light metal. They're also glass in the center, and you see the poison is in the glass tube in the center, and it is injected when the front of the dart hits a target. The front of the dart has a small spring. It's spring loaded, and when the spring is compressed, it automatically injects the full vial of poison. So it's like a good 4 ounces of fluid that gets injected into the target when it hits something with any kind of force.
I would also like to inspect their body. I remember their outfit was very unique.
While they're inspecting, I want to address a group. I need to find a new mount now that Gamork has been lost.
A new
Okay,
mount
Tarar. So you can collect, let's see, I think I threw 3 darts and stabbed with 1. There's 5 guards. So 5 times 6 is 30, minus 4 is 26. They each had 6 darts, so you can find 26 more darts. And yes, that's my inspiration for it, Mark. Blades serum injections. And the reason I'm pointing out that it's very interesting is the craftsmanship is unlike, I mean, to use a modern term, it seems like it was machined somehow. It's not made on a forge. Somehow these were made not by hammer and heat. They have regular, they attack as finesse weapons. They can be thrown or used as a dagger. If they hit, the poison is expended. The poison is a DC 12 con save, or the creature has the poisoned condition for 1 hour. If they make the save, they are not poisoned. If they fail the save, they're poisoned for 1 hour. They don't get to repeat the save every turn. They're just poisoned for 1 hour. And then it does regular dart damage.
So we're taking a short rest while we do this, yes?
Well,
I really need a long rest at this point.
yeah,
I need a long rest
where
to
is he?
summon my.
The Hawk is asking for at least an 8-hour rest so he can perform his
Almost out of
and
slots.
summon a mount.
Luckily for you all, I memorized and watched how the store worked. I can close it so they don't suspect anything if there's any more inside.
Someone will be missing their children. They will come.
And they're gonna have theirs back right here. I've improved upon it.
So I will
Know that the daylight and nighttime are almost 50-50. So since it's dawn currently, 8 hours from now it won't even be nighttime yet. So it is reasonable to assume that a change in the guard might not happen until tonight.
So I will adjust the door and pull that piece out that I saw them tinker with. And I'll make it so that it looks like everything is fine still and the door closes. And I'll hold on to the key.
Okay. The door closes. It actually closes very quietly. You don't hear a creak or a scratch of any kind, as it seems like the hinges of the door are well oiled.
And I want to check more than just the darts on the body, because I remember their outfits were very unique, and take anything valuable off of them before suggesting that we should throw the bodies into this waterfall.
So as you inspect their very strange and exotic clothing, what you're noticing is their armor functions like a chain shirt, but it's not chain mail that you're used to seeing. It's more finely crafted. The links are smaller, almost as if they're sewn instead of linked together individually. Also, there are fabricated pauldrons and bracers and shin guards that are expertly designed to fit the wearer. And you don't seem to see a strap or a belt of any kind that pulls these tight around their bodies. They seem to just clamp closed and lock like with some kind of hinge mechanism. Also, there's blue tubing that's used as like a large thread, and the blue tubing is glowing slightly. That is fastening these bits and pieces of armor plating to their chain.
I want to see if I can pull this clothing free from them.
You can. It can be removed from them just like regular clothing. It's just very exotic looking. It can't be. What you're noticing is that it would be very difficult to resize it to fit anything other than a small creature. However, you can fit it on a small creature.
So I will take one of the pairs and toss it over to Twitch, and then I take the other one. These might be useful to us.
Do you put it on?
Twitch will put it on.
I will as well.
Okay. All right. As you and actually, Dahawk, the armor would fit you as well. Any small creature can make the armor fit. It doesn't fit as closely and as comfortably as the gnomes were wearing it, but it is very, very light. The armor weighs no more than normal clothing. So like traveler's clothes, the armor weighs 4 pounds, but it provides protection as if it's a chain shirt, which I think is AC 13. So it's AC 13 armor that is weightless, basically.
Unless something's offered to me, I'm off trying to begin my my summoning prayer for a new mount.
I would leave a pair out for you.
Yeah, and then for my Terrar's light activity, he's just going to start, like, cutting up bodies and, like, drying them out so he can take them as rations.
Yeah, so basically it has the same stats as Chain Shirt, which is 13 plus Dex modifier, max of 2. So if you have a 14 Dex or 13, you would, 14 or 15, you would have a 15 AC. But it doesn't weigh 20 pounds like a Chain Shirt. It only weighs as much as Traveler's.
Oh, actually, this actually is not better for me. So, you know what? I will toss it like, this stuff is crap.
Perhaps not get rid of it so quickly. We could pass off as gnomes. Enter easier.
I can do that without this. But be my guest, you can use it. I'll stash this copy somewhere else for now.
Twitch will keep his on.
You guys do have a fire pit here. There are also some spare rations around that they had brought for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And of course, you can play on the jungle gym if you wish throughout the day during your relax period. But you can gain a full rest since the door is closed. Drepix, do you kind of lean against the door as you rest?
I would probably lean against the wall, not the door.
Oh, and Ikreg, you're resting in the cave by the door also. Oh, and the specter's kind of sticking its head through the door every once in a while?
Yeah, just to check and see if anybody's coming through.
All right, specters don't need to sleep. So at some point during your rest,
How the zombie look the guard the other way coming in?
what?
How the zombie keep an eye on the other path that we came in from?
Oh, you're gonna command the zombie to go over to the jungle gym?
Yeah, I'm just stand there. Come back and let me know if
He
something
obeys
is
you.
coming.
And he stands there just moaning and walking in circles.
After a while, we were walking around, and I was acting like he was talking to me, and I was talking to him.
Ikreg, you feel it kind of wakes you up for just a moment as you feel the cold touch of your specter, not harming you, but just brushing up against your arm to kind of shake you awake, but it's incorporeal, so you just feel a chill on your arm. And as you turn, you look up to your specter. Does it speak to you or just telepathically communicate with you?
I don't know. It understands languages, but it can't. So.
Oh, so it can't
If it wakes me up, I am assuming that there's something on the other side of the door.
Okay, that's a safe assumption. It's waking you up. It doesn't seem afraid, but it definitely did. It followed your order. You told it to wake you up if it saw anything.
In which case, I will wake Drepix as well, quietly. And
right.
say that there might be something on the other side of the door.
Yep. Drepix, you are awakened by Ikreg's hushed whisper that there might be something on the other side of the door. The rest of you, except for Dahak, are sleeping.
I will then shift my cap to make me look like a gnome guard and keep an eye on the door in case it opens.
How tall are these stairs here?
They're about 10 feet higher than the ground down here.
Okay. In which case, I will retreat to here in case somebody does come out and Drepix, since he's in his illusion form, I will give him a moment to deal with it before I intervene.
I know the bodies have moved, but I know I was talking about tossing those over the waterfall after we searched them.
Tarar's been like cutting them up and then like taking the bones and cooking the marrow over the fire. So he's been eating them. There's definitely no bodies of.
That's a lot of meat, Tarar.
I know. I actually have like severed hands and fingers on the bones on the outside of the fire to dry them out, so I can refill my finger ration.
Finger food.
He's very studious and steadfast about his food.
The bears are getting turned into big giant cloaks and rugs. Okay. Drepix, you're standing there by the door. Do you want to press your ear up to the door and try to listen, or are you just going to stand there?
I'll listen in.
Okay, give me a perception check. Don't forget your guys' boons if they affect any of your things. They're in play right now.
Oh, I'm just a younger woman.
Alright, 15 is high enough. You hear the sound of muffled voices on the other side of the door. They are speaking in Gnomish. You hear... I'm sorry, what?
I do know Gnomish.
Oh, good. Then you understand the gist of their conversation. They're saying if they needed relief, they would have sent someone. They must be okay. You know how those kids are. They'll play for a full day before they get tired. All right, well, let's go back then. We'll come back tonight. I wanted to meet Lorilla, though. Another time. She's not going anywhere. Okay. And you hear the feet shuffle off.
I'll adjust my cap so I look like myself again. And I'll come back and let Ikreg know since the others are asleep. Everything's fine. The next watch won't come till tonight.
Good. Then I can return to my rest. Spectre, I'll continue what he was doing before, because he won't disappear until after the long rest happens. or end. And I'll.
You last for 24 hours or for a long rest?
You rest for 8 hours. So each of you get 6 hours of sleep, and you get woken up every once in a while if you want to stand watch. You don't have to. Dahak is awake the whole time, but Dahak is, he's awake and aware. He can't be surprised, but he is busy doing a ritual. If his ritual were to be disturbed, then he would have to start it all over from the start again. But basically, you see that he's drawn, scratched into the rock bridge here, some runic symbols around him. He has a piece of like a tuft of fur, or not, I guess it wouldn't be a fur because you had a lizard, right? So it would be like a piece of scale, piece of skin or something from his lizard. And he is chanting and holding his hands up and making arcane symbols in the air. And his voice becomes hoarse after a while, and the chanting drops to a whisper as he can hardly speak. By the end of 8 hours, he chants this way for 8 hours. Yeah, essentially that. You guys are, the day passes. It is still chilly up here in the mountains. You're very high up, high altitude. The air is thin, but you do rest as comfortably as you can. It's not snowing. It's just a little bit windy and cold. I know the map doesn't show it, but imagine like a thin sheet of frost on the ground. When you step, it crunches as if the ground is icy. Dahak, you see coming down from this skeleton a lizard very similar to the one you had before. Where is he? Oh, sorry, I wasn't pressing the button. I said I couldn't find an image, so I have to use the same image. But there is a change. He is not the same lizard. He's the same type. These giant lizards do live in the mountains that I checked. So they are mountainous creatures. And so a lizard very similar to the one that you had to Gamork comes down. As a matter of fact, your ritual puts the soul of Gamork into the beast of your choice. So it is, by all intents and purposes, Gamork returned to you. However, this lizard is stark white. It matches the color of snow. The only thing that is not white on the lizard are its nails, its claws, and its eyes are both raven black. As it stalks down the bridge, the nose of this creature, and just plops down in front of you, sits back on its haunches, and regards you with its reptilian eyes. It is Gamork the White, yes.
He's come back to us now, at the turning of the tide.
For all intent purposes, are we going to use the same stats, or did any of those need to change?
The stats are the same.
Okay.
As Gamork's. Yeah, the only difference is he's white, and I was looking for a picture of a big white lizard, but I like this one with the saddle so much. So just, if you want to, before next game, like find a way to Photoshop the shit out of this picture and make him a white lizard, feel free, and I'll use that as your token. But he is a white lizard.
Cool.
Yeah, I was going to have you use a giant centipede as a mount, but it is a small creature. It's not tiny, it's small. So if I make it a large creature, that's 2 sizes bigger, and I would definitely have to change its stats, and that would not make it a CR 1/4. The other thing I had thought of was a giant wolf spider, which was a doable thing, but we have a druid that becomes a spider, so I didn't want to have 2 spiders. It would be kind of boring. I like your lizard.
Do you want to give me control?
Oh, yeah. You know what? I don't know why it didn't, because I just pulled it out of the character thing. Let me delete this one and you pull it out. I think that would give you control.
All right.
Because you should have a lizard in your character list, and I think if you pull it out, then it's automatically your token. But you guys started your rest at dawn, so like around 7 in the morning. So it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I can make him bigger for you too. I don't know why he doesn't have a name tag. Well, you can fix all that. But anyway, you guys do get a full rest, uninterrupted. And it is around between 3 and 4 in the afternoon now. You still have a good 4 hours or so before sunset. So you can make some good progress.
Great, I give all my slots back.
That's amazing. David, you need to save that image. That's totally a kobold on a giant lizard.
That's awesome.
It's just too small. I can't find the larger picture.
Oh, that is freaking rad. Doug, you should take this image and color it for David. You're good at that. All right, so you, Dahak, you did not gain the benefit of a full rest. So you can gain the benefit of a short rest if you need to spend hit dice to heal, but you do have 1 level of exhaustion for staying awake all day.
No, I'm actually fine, so I'll just...
The only other thing to note is you do not gain any spell slots back. Rangers get their spell slots after a full rest. I think you can click on your character sheet. There is a thing for exhaustion.
Yeah, I'll do it.
So if you just click level 1 exhaustion, it'll tell you what the penalty for that is.
Trying to save this.
Ikreg, that is correct. I'll tell you when to level up. You have a little bit more to go. You'll level up at the end of the session before we start an encounter that I don't want you to be level 6 in. But you have several hours of daylight left. The door is still closed, and according to what Drepix and Ikreg fill you in on when you all wake up, there is a guard that is scheduled to come back here and relieve the guards that were here in about at dusk. They're going to come back when the sun sets to put the kids to bed after their long day of playing in Tarar's stomach.
So then, are we ready to enter, or do you want to wait for the next group of guards?
Well, we could ambush them out here. I think it might be best if we go in. They're not expecting any company, and it would give us an opportunity to scout out now rather than wait for them to arrive. God only knows how long that
I do like hunting prey in their natural habitat.
Do you do anything with the bodies other than the ones that Tarar consumed? Are you going to leave the bears there? The zombie child?
No, zombie child's going to stay and roam around.
As you remember, from the previously on thing, the objective is to not cause alarm. Otherwise, you'll have the entire gnome fortress on you, as well as whatever might be helping the gnomes guard their mountain passes, which you guys have already determined what that creature is.
We don't think that they'll be wondering where we went.
It depends on how you leave the scene. That's up to you guys. If I was a player, I would do something, but I'm not.
No, I would think we clean up.
Well,
Last time,
Drepix did say we should push the bodies off the edge.
Yeah, he's saying the other bodies off the edge.
But Tarar said he ate some of them, so what he didn't eat probably would have been pushed into that waterfall.
Yeah, we
Perhaps
can
make
get
it look
rid of
like
the-
bear attack.
I doubt they would believe these bears turned against them.
I'll just tell the zombie child to start walking down the path and find its own way.
The bears were fans of the druid anyways.
Go out and enjoy your new unlife.
Terrar will dispose of the heavy bear bodies.
Chris, congratulations. You created a wandering monster table. I love it. This is exactly how wandering monsters happen. Some death cleric says, I raised a couple zombies and I just let them wander around.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly how D&D worlds work, man. That's why there's random encounters.
You're the reason why the Land of Song has an undead leg.
Yes, exactly.
Just adding on to it, it's fine. No one will notice another zombie.
So you clear up you dump the gnome bodies, what's left of them, down the waterfall. They go washing down into the mist below. There's no evidence. There are a couple of dead bears. I don't know if you want to do anything with them. If you want to make the scene, if you want to construct some kind of scene here, I mean, they don't have forensic science, so whatever you want to do to make it seem like something happened, you can do that.
Terrar will leave the thinking to the smarter people.
I don't see why they would believe these bears would turn against them. Especially when there were children playing around.
Who says it has to look like bears did it?
Can someone write in Gnomish?
I can.
Perhaps you can write a note saying they had to go down when the children fell off and they're trying to see if he survived.
You have a good idea there. Someone carved some marks to look like something from like a dragon or some weird far-fetched creature that's maybe invaded this area, and then I'll write a note that one of the kids was carried off and they went after down the mountain pass.
Dahak, give me a nature check.
Coming up.
You're a ranger, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you can have advantage on this nature check because I think you're in your territory.
Yep. Dahak. Advantage. Nature check.
Excellent. You would know that one of the biggest predators in this area and one of the things that many people defend against on mountain peaks is wyverns. And wyverns attack anything. They are indiscriminate hunters.
So I bring that to their attention, and knowing, I mean, I would also know that the wyvern is in that kind of dragon class.
It is. It's a dragon with no front arms.
So I would
essentially
know
the Game of Thrones dragons were wyverns.
I would know the type of markings that he's looking for, and I can create those. So I can use my new Gamork the White to try to carve some claw marks around.
Gamork's talons are would almost exactly replicate the talons of a wyvern. That's good thinking. You could just have Gamork scratch the ground and the walls a bit.
Yeah.
And maybe even save some of the pieces of bones and blood that Terrar was feasting on and just throw them around. Yeah, you could do that.
I like it.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was gonna say, suggest making it look like those drag marks from where we tossed the bodies. If you make it look like the wyvern dragged them off and flew off like that.
These are all great ideas. So what I'm getting here out of this is what I would like the party to do. Anyone who would like to contribute to setting this scene of another horrible thing that happened besides the horrible thing that happened. You can all give me a group nature check.
Terrar is going to take.
You
some
don't
of the
have to
leftover
contribute.
picks, and he's going to start making huge gashes in the stone around with the gnome's picks into the ground as well, making deep furrows.
For me, writing the note that's going to be left behind, should I make that with nature?
No, Drepix, for that, you can give me a. What's a good. Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, better idea. You disguise self, run in, say, help, Wyvern, take children. Need backup.
No,
Probably a little
I
more
want them
language
to
than that.
find it. I want them to find this.
That's okay, I'll count your 15, Mark.
Can I help him with the gnomish letter? With my gnomish language skills and the fact that they're my favorite enemy.
You can, but 12 is high enough.
Okay.
You're leaving a scene. So the nature check is more of you have to succeed than fail, which you, thanks to Terrar, he broke the tie. So you guys succeeded on setting the scene, and then the persuasion check, so that made that persuasion check just a DC 10 instead of a DC 15. It made it easy instead of medium. So the note can be even vague. It's a hastily scribbled note for the guards that are coming. You all feel like you're satisfied in the way the scene is set, and that if you happened upon this scene, even yourselves would believe the ruse that you have set up.
I'll walk up to Dahak and say, "Well done, darling," and struck his face.
I'm very, very thankful.
Dahak is excited, but it's a little bit tempered by his tiredness, as Dahak has stayed up all day. He is content and happy with Gamork's return, but sleepy. With the scene set, we'll say that it took you guys about an hour to 2 hours at the most to set the scene, leave the note, come up with the idea in the first place. So we'll say it's 2 hours before dusk, as Drepix begins to take the special key out of his pocket and insert it into the door, turning the cranks and levers in the specific pattern that he memorized. The door opens as if it's on greased hinges, making not a sound at all.
And before we go in, Twitch is going to pull out one of his bag of tricks. Little critters.
A giant rat. Okay.
Ken, I don't know if you saw the typed role play, but I did think for one home shirt, I'll add it to my character. It weighs much less than my studded leather armor and gives me the same AC, but it'll give me a little wiggle room on encumbrance.
It should give you one better than studded leather. Oh no, because studded leather allows you to use all your decks, whereas the chain shirt does not. You're right.
Correct.
So you'll keep the same AC, but you'll gain 16 pounds or 9 pounds of weight.
Exactly.
Difference between 13 and 4. Yeah, that's good. That means you can carry more stuff.
Yep.
More arrows. You guys have about a couple hours before dusk. Let me get a token for this giant rat.
Ken, while you're doing that, as we move forward through kind of this civilized area, I'm guessing, I do want to kind of keep a lookout for arrows. If I find any scattered around, it's going to be on the top of my mind. Why, thank you, Terrar.
So shall we be off and continue our mission?
Yeah, Ken's just pulling a giant rat image.
Yeah, you guys are summoning stuff, so sorry, I gotta make a token.
And then I'm guessing we'll move to a new map.
Tarar will go in the corner and summon a gnome turd.
I'm not gonna give you a token for that.
But it's huge.
Don't think it's from the wyvern.
The wyvern's covered in so much hair.
The wyvern took a big crap before it flew away.
Why didn't it? It didn't. Oh, because Roll20 doesn't like JPEG, only JPG. Okay, hold on.
Got all quiet. Too quiet.
All right, Twitch. Let me make that token smaller. I think they're smaller than that.
They're small creatures.
Perfect. Gave me my screen.
Alright, so that should be controllable by you, and it should have a character sheet associated with it and everything.
It's got the works.
Yep, I'll allow you to max its hit points. I didn't double check that. So if you want to edit its hit points to be more than 7, whatever it would have as its max, you can give it its max.
Okay.
If you'd like. Cool. That was good practice. I'm trying to get faster at that, so I don't mind. I just sorry for the little bit of a delay as I get better at that. All right, so you guys will continue on your way. Can you group up so I can just do a quick copy paste of your tokens? I assume, yeah. Go ahead and go by the door up here. So I don't grab that fire by accident as well. I assume you updated your tokens with your rest. Oh, wait, I guess I don't have to copy you guys just yet. This little bit here is, I'm going to describe a scene to you. As you open the doors, you walk to the end of the cave entrance, and it opens up to a wide path. The path is at least 30 feet wide. It slopes gently upward towards what looks like an immense peak ahead of you, where you had done all this mountain climbing and you thought for sure we're at the top of this mountain range. But as you look, your hearts almost sink a bit as you see that the mountain stretches even higher up into the clouds, and the top of the peak isn't even visible. The path itself is very, very wide and seems to be manicured almost as if there are underneath the crunchy ice, there might even be gentle sloping steps leading up this path. Along the path, it's clear to see, since it hasn't been snowing. You see many footprints. You see small footprints, the size that the gnomes would make. You also see a great number of large footprints, similar to the ones you've been following since you began this trail. Who is the smartest person in the group? Probably Ikreg? I don't know. Who's got the best intelligence?
Are those the Goliath we've been tracking?
Okay, thank you for saying something. As you look down at the footprints, you quickly put two and two together, and it looks like those are the same Goliath prints that you've been tracking, except there are they're very, as close as you can tell, there's got to be at least 24, if not more, of these sets of these footprints. And you, Ikreg, hearken back to some of the words of caution that the hooded woman had given you, that the path you were looking for is narrow and it is narrow and wild along the side of the mountain. The main path, if any of you are familiar with mountain fortresses, would probably lead you right to the front door of the gnome stronghold.
So there must be another path in. If this is being used by the Goliaths, then we must be missing something. Can I take a look around for another path?
Yes, you can. As you begin to search around the manicured area of the path and get to the edges of it, you start kicking the snow about. Will you give me a perception check?
Can I convince you to make it investigation?
Yes, you can, since you're looking specifically for clues leading to a path.
I can give you a perception check.
Oh, much better.
Well, investigation is really, really high. So as you're kicking around the snow a bit, you clear a bit of the path that is close to a bit of the hillside that's kind of alongside the edge of the path. And you clear some of the snow and you see something strange on the stone underneath. Not only it comes into clear focus as you bend over and you start brushing the snow away with your hand. The path itself looks like it's built out of cobblestone. And some of the cobblestones are colored. You are currently brushing the snow off of what appears to be a straight line of red heading off to the side, away from the main manicured path. Almost like a red brick road. But you see that next to the red is also another line, as you brush more of the snow off, of yellow. Well, yeah, it's yellow colored. As you kind of take your fingernail, since your investigation check was so high, you scratch a bit of the colored cobblestone, and the color comes off, as if the stones themselves were painted. And on the side that you're brushing the snow on, you see red, yellow, and green lines.
So they've marked it. Can I brush out a bit of a wider area to see where each path leads, or where each color, the direction it's heading?
Yes, you can. As you clear a little bit more of the snow away, and the rest of you are kind of staring curiously at what Ikreg's doing, as he seems to be hunched over on his hands and knees, just brushing the snow away. and you see the 3 colored lines all running parallel to each other around the side of this hill that leads away from the main path, but up a narrow path. So the 3 lines together, each line is only a single cobblestone wide. So imagine that each line is about 4 inches. So you're looking at like a foot long line that's 3 colors.
Oh, okay. I was thinking
As
maybe
you
this
look-
is like a hospital where they have the colors going down to different hallways to show like where each department.
It's very similar to that. My inspiration for this was actually the Puyallup Fair.
Oh, okay.
As you turn around and look behind you, you see that there is another narrow path leading to the other side, leading away on the other side of the trail, but the snow is not uncovered over there.
Looks like we've.
So essentially,
this one-
what you're looking at is, I'll kind of draw it here for you. That's your main path, going up towards the entrance, and then you have like a hill here, and a hill here.
Okay.
Yeah. And you have a narrow path that goes off this way, and a narrow path that goes off
There's
this
the
way
ball
on
sack.
either side of the hill. And on these narrow paths, you see on this is you're on the one on the left side. You see I said blue, yellow, and green lines in the ground. And the
I think it
whole
was
path, as you
ready.
brush the snow off, is all cobblestone. And I guess I could, so it doesn't look like balls. This hill goes up like that. You know, there's a hillside like a canyon. This main path is carved. Imagine, and that's why I said it's very manicured. It looks like this path was, for lack of a better term, bulldozed all the way down to the cave. But there is a natural mountainside on the left and the right,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And up ahead, along the main path, way in front of you, up here, it's all enshrouded in cloud and mist because you're getting to the very peaks of the mountains where you're up into the clouds now.
Okay. Then I'll turn to the group and say that based on the fact that there's Goliath footprints heading down this path and harkening back to what the hooded lady had told us, these narrow paths would be the safest route, or at least the sneakiest route to take.
Does anybody have a passive perception that's 18 or higher?
Currently 19 with the boon I got.
No.
That's why I'm asking, because I gave out the boons. If anybody has a passive perception of 18 or higher, so if that's only Trepix, as you approach,
the same boon as me.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Because all we get is advantage on deck saves and a +5 to intelligence.
intelligence is not perception, and perception is wisdom.
Let me look at why I had that.
At least that's my boon. It's just +5 to intelligence checks.
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I just noticed the glowing 19. It's not my perception. Disregard.
All right. Well, then I'll allow you guys, if you want, to come over and look at what Ikreg's pointing out. You can give me a active perception check if you want
Okay,
to
I'll do that.
check the path. You can do that.
I would like to help somebody.
Want to help
Okay.
me? I got wisdom, I guess.
Yeah. Then you can roll with advantage, Surakith.
Here's my boon. It has some things that involve perception, but it doesn't specifically say plus.
I like how my boon was the permanent. I'm just really young now.
Okay. So advantage on perception checks means that your passive perception is +5. Yeah. So whatever your normal passive perception is, add 5 to it.
That's 18.
I'd have a 20% passive.
Oh shit!
Then I have 18.
Oh damn! All right, Starla. So it's easy for you to notice. The rest of you kind of aren't getting the clue. But Starla, you walk up and you say, there's no footprints on these side paths. They're all stuck to the main path.
So you wouldn't have to deal with the changing of the guard coming down this way. On the way up.
Yeah, it seems they're very unused.
Can I have my giant rat? I point to my giant rat and I go, find gnomes.
It sniffs your feet.
I will kick it over to where we had the I will kick it over to Tarar and I go, smell his breath, you find that.
Okay. Does it understand your commands?
It obeys my every command.
Awesome. It's Tarar, you have a rat sticking its little whiskered face into your mouth and sniffing, and then
So
it
I'm
climbs
going
down
to
off
pick
your
the rat up, and I'm going to open my mouth, and I'm slowly going to put the entire thing in
Jesus.
and start to bite down slowly as I look at Twitch. With a questioning look in my eye, like, is this what you want?
No, he find way for us, you big oaf.
And then I'll slowly open up my mouth in understanding, and then I'll drop.
The creature, the rat, starts dashing up the main path, bounding up the slight incline straight up towards the middle of. It's running this direction.
It's the main path. We don't want to follow it.
Yeah, I'm not going to head down the main path.
Goliath footprints.
Is there any difference between the side paths? Like, does one look a little more secure? Do they have different colors leading down them?
Are you saying you want to check the other side?
Yeah, I want to check the other side.
Okay. You go over to the other side. You don't have to give me an investigation check because you kind of see how this is working. You brush the snow off over here, and you find that there are 3 more colors: red, orange, and what do I want to give it? I was only counting on 4 colors, but
Purple.
Purple's hard to make, and no, it's not. As a dye, you can make purple pretty easily. Yeah, let's use purple. I was trying to think of colors that are easy to make into a dye that you would see on like royal clothing, that kind of stuff. So you see that there are 3 parallel cobblestone trails, as with those 3 colors running alongside each other.
There's no directory in here, is there, that has, like, red is this thing?
You don't see anything like that, no.
I just figure I'd check.
Turn around and you...
I say we do go down the blue, yellow, green path.
Can I give you a check for this favored enemy to see if I can track? I know the rat kind of pointed us down the main road.
You can check, yeah. If your intention is to see which way the gnomes have gone.
Yeah. So advantage on survival. I'm giving you a roll because I also get to double my proficiency bonus on a survival check in my favorite terrain. And then I'm rolling advantage. Oh.
That's pretty high. As you search the ground, it's obvious that the gnomes only go back and forth along the main path. You see no sign of gnomes following any of the narrow paths that go around the side of the mountain.
Okay, so I just confirmed with the group that all of my tracking abilities show all of the activity going straight up the main path. So I don't have an idea of who would be using these side paths.
And the Goliaths have taken the main path?
Yes.
Yes. You see no evidence of footprints at all on either of the side paths.
And you said before, when we first started tracking these large Goliath prints, that I was somewhat familiar with Goliath behavior.
Yes, you know that the Goliaths, there's a clan of Goliaths that guard the mountain pass.
And they don't live, Goliaths don't usually live within the mountains. They live out in the open.
They live on top of the mountains in very sturdy hide tents that can resist wind and storm. They're nomadic. But they'll find a large clearing and they'll set up their teepees, much like Native Americans that are 9 feet tall, and they do what they're told to do. Well, they're guards. They're being rewarded for their services.
And then this main path, you said, continues up.
Yes, it continues up into a clouded. You can't. I mean, you imagine there's a mountain peak in front of you. Maybe a mile more, or maybe a half a mile more up the side of the mountain. But it's a gradual incline that looks like it was built specifically to be an easy foot trail up the mountain.
Okay, Terrar would probably make just a simple statement to the matter of, these gnomes can't fight. As we found, perhaps, if they do have this god-killing weapon, they have the Goliaths helping them guard it.
Be a safe bet. It's probably best we do get off this main path and head down one of them. Twitch said to follow the blue, yellow, green path. I say we pick one and go down it.
Starlet, you begin to hear, since you have a 20 passive perception, it seems pretty distant and somewhat muffled because of the cloud cover, but you hear a regular thrumming that sounds almost like a war drum of some kind. But it's not a war drum rhythm, it's more a cheerful rhythm.
A drum circle.
But it's very, very faint, and it's coming from down the main path.
I believe they're settling in for the night and getting ready to just dance and sing.
Then now is the time to move.
Agreed. I'll start heading down the blue, yellow, green path.
Before anybody moves, I want to cast Pass Without Trace so we don't leave any footprints for someone else to.
Excellent. I was hoping somebody would be able to do that. Okay, so you guys make up your mind after about half an hour of investigation. You start to hear the sound of drums as you make your way around the left path, the blue, yellow, green path. The path is narrow, and along the edge of this cliff on the left side here is a sheer drop into who knows how many hundreds of feet down below. But you kind of inch your way along the path, and every once in a while, Ikreg, you kind of kick the snow away, just to kind of see if the same 3 lines are under there. And for the first 2 hours, as the sun starts to set, you see the same thing. The blue, yellow, and green lines are following parallel to each other. Right before the sun starts to dip below the mountain peaks, you see the blue line separate from the other 2 lines and head towards the mountain wall. So it kind of branches off and heads into the mountain wall. But the other 2 lines keep going straight.
Where's the sound in comparison to that?
You no longer hear the sound. You're far away from the main path. And there is a giant mountain crevice, or a mountain wall between you and the sound. So it's blocking the sound of the drums. It's actually pretty quiet. You just hear the howling of the wind. And as you ascend further up the mountain, you are now in the clouds. So it is a little bit difficult to see. It's not heavy obscured. It's light obscured at this moment in time. But one of the things you notice, anybody with a perception higher than 10 would notice this. Your clothes are starting to become overly damp, almost as if the clouds are very wet, and you feel strangely warm, as if the clouds themselves are hot, but the air is cold. So, Craig, yeah, you just feel like you're on the top of a mountain. And Twitch, anybody with a 10 or higher, you start to notice things like your clothes are getting damp and heavy. The air feels almost humid. Even with your dark visions, you can only see about 30 feet in front of you, except for you, Greg. You can see a bit further. But it's the clouds that are obscuring your vision at farther distances, like fog would.
So you said the blue path veered off. Can we see good ways of where that goes to?
Yeah, do you want to follow the blue line?
I will follow it a bit, just to see where it might lead. If it goes into the mountain, or if we should follow the other path further.
It goes towards the mountain, and it's only about 10 or 12 feet away from the main path. The main path itself is about 10 to 15 feet wide at its widest. Sometimes it narrows down to 5 to 7 feet as you're making your way around, but it still stays pretty manageable. But this blue line veers off towards the mountain, and as you get closer, you see a crack in the mountain wall that leads like a ravine almost, but especially Tarar would have to squeeze in between this crack, and you can't see how far the crack in the wall goes. But the blue line, as you kick the snow away inside the crack, looks like it's leading directly into this crack in the mountain. So imagine like if I don't know if any of you have done any mountain climbing, but like a crack in between two sheer cliffs that you could barely squeeze into, so you can kind of climb up it if you do foot to back and push yourself up. Like a chimney. Yes, thank you. That's the word I needed. A chimney in the rock face.
Okay. I will return to the group and let them know what I found and see what they do.
It's very interesting. Is this crack only big enough for someone such as myself or Twitch or the Hawk to squeeze through, or can everyone squeeze through it?
It seems like Tarar might be able to fit if we push him through, but it would take a bit. It might be best to try to find a wider path, or if you smaller folk would like to try to journey through and see what you can find.
By the way you describe, I doubt Gamork would fit.
No, Gamork would be an issue.
I was waiting to see if Dahak would say something about that, since Gamork is bigger than Tarar, but I was going to let that roleplay moment out. So it's good that you guys brought it. Do you have anything to say to that, Dahak, when they say that Tarar would barely fit? Oh, maybe I lost Dahak. Or you're muted, David. I can't hear you if you're talking.
It's Dahak's angry silence of losing another lizard.
Twitch can fix that. Twitch make big lizards small.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, now I hear you. I heard hello.
Yeah, for some reason it wasn't muted, but I think my headphones came unplugged. Yeah, no, Talk was saying, now that's why you couldn't hear me, that asking if Gamork would be able to fit.
No, unfortunately it doesn't seem so.
Twitch says he has a solution to that. I'm curious what it is.
Twitch has reduce and large.
Oh, we can make Gamork into a little lizard.
Oh, how funny.
Miniaturize Tarar. That would be awesome.
If we can find a nice quiet route to get through, a more sneakier route.
We
Shout
should
tricks.
we should make Terrar small and name him Winnie the Pooh.
I'll be growling. I'll be growling like I have helium.
I love it.
Do we want to send somebody through first, just kind of take a peek to make sure it's worth, spending a spell slot to do that?
I
As
You
I-
have a scout? You want to, Drepix? I was actually going to say you're the most scout-like person other than Dahak.
And I was gonna suggest it.
Jetpix will step up.
You do have dark vision, correct? Yeah, you're a goblin, so you do. Okay, you can easily fit in the little crevice, the little chimney between the rocks. How far are you willing to go? Are you willing to go out of line of sight of your ally?
Yeah, I'll go out of sight. I'll let them see me twist my cap and take on the form of a guard just in case I do get caught. And I will proceed forward. Before I proceed forward, on my way back, I'll take on my original form so you know it's me. Wait here.
We wait for you. You! Twitch points at the right. Go with him.
Nice, I love it. Okay, so
No. Leave the rat. It will cause attention. It's too big.
the rat is small.
It's small?
Yeah, it's a giant rat, but that's only about as big as a small cat.
Oh, okay. Never mind. So I will proceed forward.
About 20 minutes go by. Drepix, you come to the end of the crack, and it opens into what looks like a wide, flat, snowy hillside. It's very cloudy up here. You can only see about 30 feet in front of you. It's also dark. You can't see any colors of any kind, but you kind of kick the floor at your feet, doing what it was doing, and you see a line in the ground. This ground is not cobblestone. This ground is normal stony mountainside. But it looks like there are cobblestones or places where it was dug and then the stones were placed. So there is a single line of cobblestones. You can't tell the color because dark vision doesn't allow you to tell colors, but there is a line in the ground at your feet, and it leads out into the middle of this snowy field that's... Hold on, let me look at my other map real quick. About 60 feet wide.
Glancing around, do I see like the edge where the field ends?
You can't from the edge of the crevice. You would have to walk out into the snowfield. As a matter of fact, here, I think I can move just you to the map. Do you see a different map, Doug? Or do I need to move your token onto it?
I see a different map.
Okay, so I'm going to just ping the map. You are way down here. Basically coming out of this... Imagine this mountain at the bottom of the map has a crack in it right down around here. And you are coming out into this snowfield. Now, I didn't put any vision blocking in here, so you technically can't see what's at the top of the map yet. But if you feel like it would be roleplay appropriate to step forward into the snowfield, I'll describe it to you.
I would go like 20 feet.
20 feet. Okay, that's close enough. The clouds start to disperse a bit, and you can see to the edge of your dark vision up there. You had to pick up the rat, however, because the snow here is about a foot deep, and the rat is struggling trying to move through the snow. As you trudge a little bit through the snow, what you see is very strange. Up ahead against the cliff face, you see 3 carved statues. One of them is, and you recognize them as gargoyle statues, and these are usually carved to provide warning to people to not approach or to go away, or carved as protectors of a particular thing. The gargoyles are standing over what, from this distance, appears to be some kind of vent with smoke coming out of it. There is a grate on the ground, like a steel grate. You can't see inside of it, but you can see these billows of smoke and steam coming out of it.
Okay. I will head back and alert the group of what I've seen.
Sounds like a secret entrance.
Yes, but there is steam coming out of it. Could be...
Well, from your perspective, you would have thought it was smoke. So keep in mind, you are entering a technological wonder, but your characters are medieval. So try to role play as you would describe. You've never seen a steam engine like a locomotive or anything. So for you, it seems like it's just smoke billowing out of the side of the mountain.
It might be a chimney, or maybe it leads to a kitchen. Maybe a fireplace. Who knows? It leads somewhere down into the city.
It'd still be useful.
Hey, Greg, the word down triggers a memory in your mind. Find the center and the bottom of the fortress, where the artifact resides.
Find the center and the bottom of the fortress. So you want to head to the middle and head down. If this heads down, that's one way. But how far into the center of this fortress lead?
What are you going on about?
Another thing that the hooded lady told us. I'm really regretting not asking her name. Hooded lady. We should come up with a name for her later. She said that we should head toward the center and bottom of the fortress. Find the artifact.
Then that sounds like a good beginning.
If it heads down, then yes. But it's hard to say where the center of this fortress is, only looking from the outside walls of a mountain. We have kind of no idea where we're walking into.
We have to get in via some other way than the main gate, and this seems like it's going at least in the first right direction.
True. Though there's still potentially 2 other paths that could be that could lead from this, or diverge off of this path, that may give us a more central, potentially even more hidden location. If this is a kitchen, or I suppose it is at night, there could still be people there. A forge, perhaps, if it's smoke. It's hard to say.
Trepix, your passive perception is 9, right?
10.
10. Oh, 10's enough. When you came out of that crevice and you were looking at the smoke coming out of that vent, it was noticeably warmer. The snow at your feet wasn't crisp and crunchy like powder. It was more like slush.
It is possible that it might be too warm for us to go through that. The snow around it was melting.
Suppose it could get hotter the further down you go. Perhaps it's best to look at the other paths just to be safe.
Very well.
All right, so you guys want to continue along the now just what is it? Red and yellow lines.
Yellow and green
Yes.
line.
Yellow and green. Yes, you. The blue line was the thin crevice, so you're going to follow along yellow and green. It takes another good hour, so the moon has risen. It's still low in the sky, but it's about 9 o'clock at night now. The stars are out. It's very cloudy though, so you only see a few of them twinkling here and there. Even those with below a 10 passive perception now can feel the humidity on this mountain. The clouds themselves feel very warm, almost as if they might not be natural clouds at all. Suddenly, Ikreg, you see a wider opening in the rock face, wide enough actually, in some places it's 10 feet wide. Mostly it's 7 to 8 feet wide. But in this case, Gamork would be able to squeeze through. And the yellow line veers off into this crevice.
So blue
Gerard probably enjoys the heat.
Dripix, would you like to check this one out? See what you can see? What did ein Goblin Ein see?
I'll let you know what this magic eye of mine sees. And I'll do exactly what I did last time.
Shit, I'm sitting here talking without holding the button down this whole time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was describing a way, and then I realized I was using my hands to talk. I was using my hands to talk, and I'm like, wait, if I'm using my hands to talk, then you're not hearing me. Okay, so let me start over. The crevice is wider. It's easier to traverse. You make good time. When you come out, imagine the map that you were on before, except this time you come out much closer to the statues. You're directly diagonally across from them and the vent. It is a different section of the mountain. It's not the same area because you are circling around a peak, but the same basic thing. You see the three guardians carved into the wall and a vent with smoke coming out of it. But you are much closer. You're about 60 total feet away from the statues and the vent.
So I'll come back and let them know of this. It may not
Do we have any mean?
Which one we choose to go through.
Well, perhaps. Do you have any means of spying down what's at the bottom? Perhaps the lines denote like certain areas, like blue might be forge, this color might be something else. We have to see what's at the bottom, though, to see which is the best course of action.
Well, that would be my guess as to what the colors lead to, but there was no way of knowing where they go. We have no map.
Well, I'm just curious, does anyone have like a means of going down there and seeing like some kind of like magic or whatever so they can go down and see?
He's asking if anyone can scry.
Or familiar or anything like that. Basically.
I have no such method.
Send the rat. So you're back out on the path. As you get as the rest of you were waiting for Drepix to return, the outside path is very narrow now. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for the very sharp claws of Gamork, he might again slip off the cliff edge and fall to his death. But this time he is clinging to the mountains like a champion. But at its widest point, it's about 5 feet wide. So you can imagine that Gamork has got 2 feet on the path and 2 feet on the mountain. He's kind of walking diagonally along the cliff face, clinging with his claws to the side of the mountain. But the single line continues onward. It is getting colder. It's definitely dark now, and the wind chill is picking up. who have less warm clothes on are beginning to shiver.
Well, if the last one and this one both led to vents, chances are the third one will do the same. I don't see a reason to waste time going further up if it's unnecessary. If this one leads down and it's... Well, the fact that it's in the middle of 3 paths may mean it's central enough.
If we're going up, it'll just be a further way down. Wouldn't be very useful. Either it's a longer way down, which makes it even harder for us to descend, or it doesn't go down far enough for us as far as the city is concerned. The best one would be going down would be the one that's further down. So if you're already down further anyway, then we're going down a little bit.
As you're going around the side of the mountain on the outside, you are gaining elevation too. So if you imagine a plane at an angle, each vent that Trepix has seen is beginning at a higher elevation than the one previous.
We should go back to the first one.
Well, the benefit to this is that we can fit the entire group through without any issue. Or waste of resources.
But then it's either a very long way down, or it doesn't go further down in the city.
I think it's going to take the same amount of time since we've...
In my travels, there have been people who use magic to locate certain things. Do any of you have such magic on you?
I was just asking that.
I do, but I switched out for something else, so I no longer have a pick.
Twitch magic used for killing things, not finding.
But to Twitch, you need to use the magic so we can find the things so we get paid.
Then pick a path and walk, or I will start to walk.
Twitch pick all paths. You all disagree with Twitch. You decide.
I decide the first one. Less further down, and then the thing we're looking for is at the bottom.
What path did you point at?
I'm saying the blue one.
Surikith wants to go backtrack to the blue line, mainly because it's it's at a lower elevation. So she believes that will bring you closer to the bottom of the fortress. The first path will require some expenditure of resources to get the party through. The second path will require no resources, but might take longer to get to the bottom of the fortress when you reach the bottom of that path. Is what
Consider also that we took the time to come up this way. It would take the same amount of time to go down, potentially, as well as it may take the same amount of time to go to cover the same downward distance from this.
No, you're forgetting that when we go down this higher elevation, we still got to then go through a city full of gnomes. It's easier to go down the easier way on the outside than it would be to go down on the inside. They're not quite comparable.
Based on what Starla's saying,
in her head of 3 chimneys leading into the fortress, trying to get to the center and the bottom. She's making a mental sketch. That's how I imagine it.
And we can go backtrack and go to the first one. If that is what most people deem as necessary.
So, the first one, if you break it down, the first one will get you to the lowest, but furthest away from the center, is what Starla is saying. So you would have more level travel. You'd have more time in the fortress. Yellow is middle. Same both. Green is you'd have to find another way to descend, but you would spend less time in the fortress.
Oh, I see what you're...
based on that, I like yellow.
Then yeah, yellow path it is. That's, yeah. I speak with my original vote.
Terrar just starts walking down the little path.
Okay, so yellow is the wide one, or it's actually the medium one. If you were to continue to the green path, it would just open up into the field. There's no crevice. Just to give you a spoiler there. But if you guys all agree to go down the yellow path, yeah, it was basically easy, medium, hard. Love it. Great. Yellow is the right one. Well, the one I prepared. So you guys follow the path of least resistance, and I will move. Now I can copy you all to the map. Shoot, now I have drawings all over there. Can you guys move yourself away from the drawings? Like, you can even put yourself over. And I don't have to worry about grabbing a ball sack along. Oh, there you go. Thanks, guys. That's perfect.
Do we want to see that?
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't put any vision blocking on this just to make it a little easier. You can arrange yourselves. Your crevice is about right here. This is where you're coming out. It's about 10 feet wide. So you can kind of put yourselves, and if you don't want to be all out in the open, you can put yourself on the rocks, and we'll just imagine you're in the crack in the mountain is here. So to give you guys a little bit of information, the first path led Drepix way down here, and then Drepix walked up. So it's just, but there are 3 separate areas. I just made the same map for each one. So as you're coming out of the path there, you would see. I mean, imagine. I'm not putting any vision blocking, but imagine that it's very foggy. So you would see the images of these guardians carved into the mountain side, but they would be covered in mist and shrouded a little bit. So you wouldn't see a lot of detail, but you would see like the shadowy wings up in the air, the sharp claws, but they aren't moving. They look like statues. And then you do see every once in a while a billowing cloud pops out of this metal grate in the mountainside. It does indeed seem like a chimney of some kind. Do you want to take a moment or just stride forward? Or I don't know what your strategy is here as you
Well, I
start
think we
to
need
all...
to take a moment because we see these statues that could have been, I mean, heck, they could just come alive and attack us. We need to proceed with caution.
So, Terrar, as you stride forward, you see... actually, give me a perception check.
Subtle, Terrar, subtle.
Yeah, Terrar just strides across. Now, this snow is a foot deep.
Terrar's patience was whittled thin with all the discussion and stuff.
You guys did spend nearly 40 minutes out on that cliff face talking about which direction to go.
If it's only been 40 minutes passed without trace, would still be in effect?
It was in effect, well, how long does it last? An hour?
1 hour.
Yeah, you're fine. It probably faded as you were walking down this ravine, though.
Okay.
But somebody would have to follow you or go down the ravine to see any trace of your passage.
I just didn't know if you were going to use any like passive stealth across this or anything.
No, it's fine. Terrar, with an 8 perception, you stride across and you see white smoke billow out of the vent.
Sounds good.
Besides Gerard's footprints, are there any other footprints up here that would suggest somebody come through here?
You can give me a perception check as you check the snow. Excellent. Besides Terrar's overly large bugbear prints in the ground, you see no other sign of footprint. You do notice that the snow is slushy. The air here is warm and cold at the same time, almost as if the top, like from your ankles down, is cold. You're stepping in ice water, essentially, and slush. The clouds themselves feel warm against your skin and clothes. And there's a lot of water and condensation dripping off the rocks, the mountain face in front of you.
It's a steam
Especially in and about the vent. Terrar, you don't notice any of that. All you notice is that your feet are getting wet.
So,
Is this how deep is the snow?
so
It's
sweat
about
is
a foot
water.
It's about a
us-
foot deep, but since it's slushy, it's not difficult terrain.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Terrar's like, sick of this wet foot. Yeah, I'm gonna just jump over there.
Maybe water, hot water. Coming out of that.
All right, Terrar, stop there. Well, go back to that square, the one right behind you. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. As you approach within 30 feet of the Guardians, you see their heads turn to regard you. The one in the center with the 4 arms and the large bat-like wings raises its wings. The eyes, you can't see color, but if you could, they would be a color. They glow a bright gray, almost blinding, as they seem to shoot a beam of light out in front of it like a flashlight. Doesn't harm you. It's not a laser. It's just it lights up. And you see it just kind of shine a light in the whole area for a moment as its eyes open and it turns to regard you and it says, Shakni Umak. Does anybody speak Turan? Or Terran, as it's called, I think.
Nope.
Okay, then you hear Shakni Umak.
Shagni Umak to you too.
Terrar will beat his chest and challenge at this large creature.
It seems amazing, but the stone creation, the wings begin to flap and not crack and break like you would think stone would when it moves. But it begins to flap, and imagine a helicopter over a lake. So you just start getting splashed with droplets of water as it beats its wings and starts to take to the air. And we will roll initiative at this point, unless you intend to leave.
I intend to jump on this thing.
Okay, so let me pull up the initiative tracker.
That's now 2 encounters in a row. I've rolled a 6 for initiative.
I can't wait to run this guy. This is this creature in the center is out of the Tomb of Annihilation book.
Oh great, so we're all gonna die.
I don't think so.
Ken, do you want me to just move Gamork on my turn or roll initiative separate?
No, Gamorka acts on your turn, just like a
That's what I thought.
Beastmaster. Yeah.
Okay.
And on your turn, I think you can command him to move as a free action, but if he attacks, it uses one of your 2 attacks. By the way, I disagree with the D&D community. I don't know if I know I told you, David, but I've been playing a Beastmaster in Dylan's game. Playing it straight per the book, no special Beastmaster rules or whatever. And as it turns out, giving up one of your attacks to make your beast attack when the beast has a better 2 hit and more damage than you do is like just giving me a better sword. So I had no problem being awesomely, perfectly powered enough as a Beastmaster.
It doesn't scale well at higher levels. That was the problem.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah.
Yeah, granted, I only got to play him up to 4th level. So up to 4th, and so that means I had to give up my full action to let my beast attack. But I used a short sword and a scimitar. I was a 2-handed fighter. So I did d6 plus 3 damage, and my panther that I had did d8 plus 4.
That's how I was watching
d6 plus 4 or something. So it did a little bit more damage than my weapons, and it had a +1 better to hit than me. So it was just a better weapon to use.
That's how
Plus
I was
it had
watching.
the pounce thing, which if I was in a position to pounce, I knocked it down and got to bite it with advantage. So I enjoyed playing a Beastmaster. I had a lot of fun with it. I didn't experience any negative aspect of it. All right, let me stop talking and roll initiative now. Perfect. Initiative is perfect, just like that. All right, so you guys can all see, well, Surkith, Dahak, and Twitch, you don't have a clear image of what's happening. You more hear it than see it because you're at the mouth of the ravine, and the cloud cover is too thick at that range. So you do not have line of sight to what's happening. The creatures break free of the wall. You see, you can hear the crunching of the rock and the snapping as they break free from the wall, almost as if the rock just came to life. And they all start yelling that phrase, Shakni Umak. And Drepix, you are the first to act. You can see them, but they have basically half cover from you at this range if you were to try to range attack them because of your line of sight. From that perspective, as soon as you get out of this area of deep snow, you can kind of see on the map, the clouds thin enough. The clouds are thin enough for you to get line of sight to the target. So you can now clearly see these gargoyles' wings flapping and starting to break free from the rocks and rise up into the air.
My eye will green once more as I form a glob of acid in my hand, and I will toss it at red dot.
Okay. That's he's within range? Oh, 60 feet. It's on the card. Good. Thank you for adding that for me. It's a dex save. Oh, it's an 8. We'll use the 8, so he fails, but I forgot to change it to toggle. Fixed. Okay, so he takes 8 acid damage.
Yes. As I move back.
All right, as you splash the stone with acid, you see that the acid is very effective, and the stone starts to melt and slide.
And that's my turn as I move back a few feet after splashing them.
Can you guys see the health bars on them, or not?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna change that. I when I initially set them up, I didn't want the health bars to show because obviously I didn't want to give away.
I like them not showing it.
Okay, I can. Well, I don't want the numbers to show.
I just like not knowing at all, and just you can like describe like they're looking kind of ragged. That's my personal opinion. I like the mystery. Like listen to Matt Mercer, I like how he describes like, it doesn't look that hurt. Okay, it looks kind of hurt. Okay, he looks like he's really.
Fair enough. I will leave the health bars off and work on my descriptive skills. I like it. It's fine. The health bars for the players, I think, is really helpful for anyone who's playing a healer.
For me, yes, please.
But you're right. For the monsters, you're probably not going to heal them, so I can use descriptive terms for them. So far, it looks like the little bit of stone kind of slid off where the acid ball hit it, but the gargoyle is still strong and flapping its wings. So, Hawk, it is your turn. From your vantage point, they have full cover. From there, you can see them clearly.
Okay. Just
well, let me double check. The range of sight is 60 feet, as long as you're outside of this snow.
Yeah, they're at 60.
And they are just... So you can imagine as something comes out of the fog, at that moment that it breaches the fog is what you're seeing.
Okay, I will hunter's mark the red dot. And then I am going to normal shoot it with my bow. And I'm just going to do a normal one, not the sharpshooter. All
right, loosing an arrow at it. It does plink on its stony side. It does hit.
For 11, if it takes all of it.
Are you using regular arrows? Nothing magical, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it does chink the stone, but you can tell that the stone itself is pretty resistant to normal attacks. So it will take 7 total damage from your attack.
And then I will do that same thing again. 11.
All right, that just completely ricochets off of its stony hide. Causing no damage.
Okay, I will stay where I'm at.
All right. The large gargoyle will flap its wings, taking to the air for a moment and flying. It has a fly speed of 60 feet, so plenty of speed. Flies up into the air and crashes down on the ground right in front of you, Tarar.
Sweet.
Yeah, and it just immediately starts a flurry of blows with its claws. It gets to attack you 5 times, once with its bite and 4 with its claws.
Good luck, guys.
No.
That's its multi-attack. So we'll start with a bite.
Hit.
Doing 8 piercing damage. And then it's going to flurry with its claws, 4 attacks.
Hit. 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 Miss.
All right, so 3 of the claws find purchase beyond your armor, and you see blood showering the snow as you take that total damage of, what is that, 24, 30, 38 points of damage. And you guys can just see Tarar getting shredded by this monstrosity. Or rather, elemental. Zerkith, it's your turn. At this point, you are actually close enough to the four-armed gargoyle. You were out of range of sight, but it just came soaring out of the cloud cover and crashed into the snow and slush in front of Tarar. And you just see Tarar frantically trying to defend himself from this beast.
Okay, so I'm gonna stride out in the snow, confidently, of course. I'll stop here by the lizard mount, and I see that Tarar has been viciously mauled by this creature, and I will say, "Oh, darling, you look like you got hurt a little bit. Here, let me help you." And I'm gonna cast this spell.
Indeed, not a complaint at all.
I take 19 damage. He gets back double that.
Wow. One creature of choice that you can see within range regains a number of hit points equal to twice the damage you took. Alright, so Surikith, I can imagine you're basically cutting your wrist or something and letting the blood drip out on the snow, and Tarar, you feel healed?
Yeah.
Is that how you...
No, what happens is I slip my wrist, and as the blood flows out, I grab it in my hands, and I pull it into a fist in my other hand, and then I shoot the dark energy at him, basically, to give him life.
I like it. Alright, Tarar, you feel... Yeah, essentially, I mean, not over your max, of course, but you would get 38 hit points.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action and summon a spiritual weapon.
Jesus, that's intense, dude. That's the best healing spell I've ever seen.
So I'm gonna cast.
That does sound like a merry spell. Do we have a spiritual weapon for you, don't we?
Yeah, it's a whip with the blade at the end, and I basically attacked. 17.
No, that's okay. That you're supposed to click the thing. I thought I had a token created for it, but I guess I just created it on the...
Or I can reroll. Sorry, I had advantage to talk back. And then, sorry.
Wouldn't that be 2 spell slots if life transference is a...
Oh, it's true. Not allowed to do that, am I? Sorry. Well, actually, can't you do like this in level 1 or 2 can be a bonus?
It has to be a cantrip. If you casted life transference is a spell slot, so you can use a cantrip as a bonus action.
No, okay, never mind. I don't do that.
But I don't think you have one. Okay, so I'll look for your spiritual weapon,
Yeah,
but
that's
you don't
next time.
cast it this round.
I want to give Tarar time to rage, basically. Okay, I'm done then. I did enough.
I'm gonna put this over here. That's gonna be your spiritual weapon. I found it. It was buried. Let me give you control.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, so you should have control of it. If and when you cast it, you can go ahead and put it where you want to put it.
Okay. I thought you can do... So you can't do bonus like healing word or anything like that if you cast a spell?
You can do a bonus healing word and then a cantrip. Because a healing word is a spell slot and a cantrip is not. So a good combo is healing word, sacred flame.
Okay. For some reason I thought that there was a rule where you could do like level 1 spells or something. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Really? They do that on Critical Role? Well, I'm never watching that bullshit.
Yeah, he even made a feat. He even made a feat in his campaign book. You can do bonus action spells if they're below the first spell that you cast. So you can cast like a 3rd level, but then you can cast a 1st level only after that.
If you're spending a resource to use a feat to do that, I would probably allow it. In my
And then I
case,
think
it was me. But if
he
I
does-
would not ever allow it for nothing. There would
Yeah,
have
and
to
then
be some.
he does bonus actions for potions.
Yeah, I read a feat for that. It's called gargle or guzzle or something like that, and it's a feat you can take to consume potions as a bonus action. It's a homebrew feat. I like that idea. Like chug, I think that's what it was called. Chug.
I like that. Chug.
Yep. So you guzzle those potions down faster than normal.
Okay, well,
Spending a feat to do above and beyond raw is okay with me because you're giving up an ASI.
no, if you offer that as an option, I might take that at 8th level. But I'm done then. I'm happy with my round.
Yeah, you fully healed your barbarian right before he's going to rage, so I think that's probably cool. All right, I get my 2 gargoyles. I'm going to be an ass, and just since you fully healed the barbarian, they're both going to fly and land in front of Tarar. Attacks each. So let's do a bite from the red dot. It's 13.
13 barely missed.
And a claw.
15 hits.
So he does 6 slashing from red dot, and same thing from blue dot. Bite for 21. And a claw for 10. So you took a total of 11 points of damage from those 2 gargoyles. And my turns are over. It's Twitch's turn. So Twitch, you're in the back there, but they flew out of the cloud as well. So now you see all 3 of these stone guardians land in front of Tarar, and it's just a flurry of claws, bites, wings flapping all around him. And you hear this horrible cracking and crunching noise, like as if stone was breaking, but you don't see the stone breaking. They're very loud creatures. They're not stealthy or subtle.
So I will go up to my giant rat and I will say, "Get in there!" And I will boot him. And I will boot him for a field goal.
Nice. Okay, I'll let you. You can give me a just a regular dexterity attack.
I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm just trying to get him there faster.
I know you're kicking him like a soccer ball. And based on so you can move him 20 feet forward. I was basically going for a certain AC. If you hit that AC, I'd let you move him 60 feet as a maximum. But since you rolled a little lower, you kind of kicked him to the side a little bit, so you can put him anywhere 20.
Well, that's where I want him to be, right there.
Well, he doesn't make it that far because you didn't roll high enough. You kicked him there. Unless he has movement he can use also, but
He has a movement speed.
is he working on Urinate?
Yes.
Okay, what's his movement speed?
30 feet.
Oh, well then he can. Well, wait, he's tiny, right?
He's small.
Oh, small is fine. Okay, he can move 30 feet. You can get him where you had him. I should
The
make
kick
him
was
a little...
kind of a flavor text for him moving.
Okay, I gotcha. I thought you were actually going to try to launch him. But let's do this. I think I'm confusing myself because I made him too small.
Yeah, that's more of our size.
Yeah, he's the same size. He's as big as you, pretty much. So, yeah, you're right. I should have made him a little bigger. Okay.
And he is going to use the help action.
All right, and against... I'll put a little heart on him. He's got some love. So the next attack against Blue Dot would have advantage.
And then Twitch is going to... He's going to cast Witch Bolt at 4-armed gargoyle.
Awesome. All right, wrap him up with a lasso of electricity.
And this, you're going to enjoy this because I'm going to be using my Tides of Chaos to get advantage.
Yes, we finally get to roll on the entropy table.
Here comes the Witch Bolt. 14.
Oh, 14 does not hit his AC, but it will still trigger the. So give me it's a D100 roll.
83.
Oh my god. You cast Blight on yourself, and a random injured creature within 10 feet of you heals.
Oh, that's awesome. Me.
That is the only injured creature is Surikith. So, how much do you heal?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I just imagine that the wild magic latches on to Suriketh's spell and basically just mimics it.
Jesus, that's 8d8 necrotic.
Blight does, and it gains that, and you lose 20 points.
So, Surikith, you gain 28 points of healing as you see Twitch go.
Blight essentially sucks all the moisture out of your body. That's what the spell does. So you see Twitch is looking leathery, like he spent too long in the sun.
He still has to make a con save, though, right?
Oh, yeah, it's a con save for half. Thank you, Mark. Give me a con save. And it would be against your own DC, Twitch. That's a fail. So it's the 28.
I do like the image of Surikith is like drawing healing from herself, and then it's like the black energy like jumps over. She looks over and she sees Twitch is like, oh,
darling, leave it to the experts.
All right, Twitch.
Appreciate it.
Well, shit, I wish you would have at least hit with the Witch Bolt because I wanted you to do something besides kill yourself. But I guess you healed the cleric.
Now I get life transference again.
Starla, it is your turn. Wow, this is an interesting fight. By the way, this is supposed to be not deadly. It's hard though.
I think I'm gonna wow the giant constrictor snake.
You're gonna summon a giant constrictor snake, or you're turning into
Wild shape.
Gotcha. Bonus action. You go into giant constrictor snake. We did create you one. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Bam. Fucking monstrous.
Like move over there, and I will be
slither over there.
Attempting to constrict on blue.
You could probably just pull your token in there. Let me move him to the back so we can see you. But you are in this constrictor snake form. All right, so you're gonna try to.
I'm gonna try constrict on blue. I do not see a advantage toggle. It's 24.
24 is a hit. It's grappled and restrained, and I take 10 bludgeoning damage.
My wild shape does count as magic.
Thank you. You read my mind, buddy. Okay. I will take all 10 of that. And I'm going to move myself into your square and give myself the net. Or the spider web, as it were.
And that will be...
Wow. Twitch, I just read your note. That's kind of freaking perfect. That it's literally nearly opposite of what you did. That's funny. Okay. Starla, that was a successful round. Bonus action, slithered over there as a giant snake and pulled him into you and crushed him. You hear the stones cracking under your magical scales.
So I'm not sure if anybody else is having this, but the gargoyle is under my token, so I can't actually see him. Under the...
Can you see him now?
No, I still just see me.
Okay. On my screen, he's on the top. Let me see if I can move.
He's on the top from my screen too.
Does that change it for you?
No, I still don't see him. But if everybody else can see him, I want to make sure we don't forget about him.
I won't forget. I can see him clearly. I put him in the upper left-hand corner of your snake token. He has... I could take the heart off now. But I left the net on him. He is restrained and grappled.
Okay. That will be my turn.
All right, Tarar. You have gotten one of the gargoyles pulled away from you, but you have taken the brunt of the attacks so far.
Going after Big Dog. Bonus action rage. And I'm going to try to grapple and restrain him. So, strength contest. Okay, the first one was to grapple, so I put my right arm underneath, in between his two arms on his left side, and I grab a hold of his wings, and then for my next one to restrain him, I'm going to throw my left arm in between his two right arms, grab his wings, and pin him to the ground and restrain him. Oh no! Yes, he's restrained, but I'm restrained as well.
You are wrestling this gargoyle.
Yep.
I'm going to put you in his square just to represent that you guys are... You're not prone, right? You're just standing on your feet, holding him down.
Yeah,
holding his arms back.
I am keeping him upright this time. It's like a reverse chicken wing. I'm just making sure he can't fly.
Gotcha. Are you... Let me make sure... Okay, I want to make sure you're on top there.
And because of my feet, creatures that are one size larger can't automatically succeed in escaping any of my grapples or restraints. So.
They can't automatically? I have to break free?
You have to try to break free from me.
Okay. Wow, you took my 5 attacks and made it 1. Nice turn, Mark.
That's the end of my turn. Can't take too many of them.
That's nerfing me, man. Nerfing me. All right, Ikreg, you see the bugbear literally wrestling this 15-foot, or actually it's only about 10 feet, 10 to 12 feet tall, stone gargoyle, holding his arms and wings back, with his 2 arms holding back 6 limbs, basically. His muscles are bulging.
And you said he was grappled, but they're not prone?
They're not prone. They're basically standing, holding each other. And, well, Tarar's got his big, giant bugbear arms wrapped around him, and he's trying to muscle free. But they're both standing.
Then as my action, I will summon an ethereal longbow. And as my bonus action, I will cast Hex on the big four-armed gargoyle. Ignore the damage, because I'm not attacking. That will be my action to summon a weapon, and a bonus action to cast the spell. And that will be my turn.
How come it doesn't do damage?
Because I didn't
because you have to attack it. Gotcha. You're just putting the curse on him. Let me put a curse on him.
And that'll be my turn.
Now it says you get to choose an ability.
Oh, that's right. I get a thing. Well, since
You can. Oh, God,
strength is a skill check, I will affect strength.
All right. I just want you to know, Connor, right now I have my middle finger held up
Fair enough.
at the computer screen. Oh, which ability should I choose? Okay, so he's going to have disadvantage on athletic checks to try to break free.
Yeah, let's keep that MF grappled.
Okay, nice turn, Greg. You don't get to shoot with your bow because it's an action to bring that out?
Yeah, it's an action to summon. I will move behind Gamork a bit.
Okay, yeah, you can shoot past him. You have your magical bow in your hand. Drepix, the battle seems to be going in the monster's favor right now. The monsters being you.
Yes, they're all in range now. My eyes gonna glow green once more, and this time I kind of form 2 acid balls, as they will target both the large gargoyle that is being pinned and the red one beside them. So they both must make dex saves.
All right, that is correct. And the restrained gargoyle on the big one has disadvantage on this dex save because of restrain. So I am going to make his save first. We'll see what he gets. So he is going to take all 8 of that acid as you see a chunk of his stony hide melt away. And then the other one's dex save is normal, not at disadvantage, because he's not restrained. Alright, so he dodges the glob of acid. But the big one.
I draw my
Go ahead.
rapier after that, as I'm eyeing the smaller one that dodged my acid.
Alright, so you and Dahak have the same target in mind. It's his hunter's mark, and it's now your target. Gotcha. Do you want to end your turn there, or you want to move closer, or what do you want to do? Most of the combatants are restrained.
That'll be my turn for now.
Alright. Dahak? You and Drepix are eyeing the same creature. You're atop your mount. And you see that most of the combatants, the guardians that these gnomes have, are no match for your party's expertise.
Yes, I'm going to still target red dots with Hunter's Mark active. I am going to, with advantage, turn to my sharpshooter feat, though.
Yep, I would if I were you. Yeah, you have advantage because it's nice. That's a frickin' crit. Okay, let's see what you do. So the feat adds that. The piercing is going to be halved. So that will be... What is that? You rolled a 1. But you get to add your 3, so that's 4. Why is there an extra +2 on there?
My archery magic item.
Oh, so it is 6. It is a 6 + 6, so that's normal. That's 12, but it'll do 6 for the half damage of the regular piercing and the feat. So 12, so 6 and 10 is 16. How come your sneak attack is not doubled? You need to give me another. No, I just do the max. So it would be 12 more added on to this. So, but the hunter's mark is magic, so that will be a full 12. The sneak attack is not magic, so that would be 8, and half is 4. So 12 and 4 is 16. Plus 10 is 26. Plus 6 is 32 points of damage total. 32 damage to your target. It had 27 hit points remaining, so with a single shot of your bow, with sharp shot, you just hit it right through the eye, and the rocks actually crumble and fall apart as the creature just kind of falls into the snow in bits and chunks of rock.
So then I'll turn my Hunter's Mark over to the larger gargoyle. And do the same shot.
A 20 does hit its armor class. Alright, so it's going to be 17 and a half is 8. Hunter's Mark is magic, so he takes all of that, so 11 total points of damage.
And I'll stay here.
Alright, so Drepix, as soon as you started eyeing the same target as Dahak, he kind of winks at you and shoots an arrow as an expert marksman, shattering the gargoyle that you had just eyeballed. And killing it.
Yeah, that is dead.
It is the 4-armed gargoyle's turn. He can only do one thing on his turn, which is trying to break free from Terrar's grasp. He has disadvantage on this strength check to break free. Getting a 7. Jesus.
I'm just starting to break the back rings off of it. Just
You flex even harder. Your veins are popping out of your neck and your arms as you hold this creature down with all your might. It can't move. That's its entire action. It is done. Surkith, you just got fully healed by Twitch's necrotic energy.
Yeah, I told him I appreciate
it. And you see that the stone gargoyle, the huge creature, is beginning to crack where Terrar is holding it back.
Okay, I'm gonna try a cantrip first. I'm gonna reach out and touch someone. I'm gonna do chill touch on it. So I reach my hand out and I just summon a skeletal hand and basically touch it and say, but I missed that time.
Okay.
Advantage.
Yeah. Who are you attacking? You said it.
The large gargoyle, sorry.
Okay, then you would have advantage. It is restrained, so you can hit it again. A 17 is what you need, so you hit it, actually, with the restrain. So you summon the hand, and it reaches for its throat to wrap it around it, and for a moment it looks like it might get away, but Terrar moves and pushes the creature into the hand, and it wraps around his throat, doing the damage. Go ahead and give me the damage. For 9 necrotic, it's going to take all of it.
Okay, then I'm going to reach my hand into the air, and then point at it, and then a whip will form out of necrotic energy next to it.
Alright, so you can move that whip. You should be able to grab it and move it over there. And don't forget, you have advantage on this, so hit advantage before you click Spiritual Weapon. An 18 hits.
Okay, so
you get to do damage with Spiritual Weapon.
Okay, so the Spiritual Weapon is going to strike. This is the weapon for the spiritual damage. Okay, so it does 11 force damage, and as it strikes, I grab my holy symbol for Nagilum and channel more power into it. So I'll do 28 then. Total.
Oof, another 17 damage of necrotic. Alright, so let me describe what happens here. It's not dead, but just to give you an idea of how much damage you're doing to it with this single attack. So your first attack, the skeletal hand grasps it around the neck, and you see it shudders for a second as the hand squeezes and kind of makes indentations into the stone. of the gargoyle. Your second attack, doing a total of 28 points of damage of force and necrotic. The whip crack hits it and creates a crack across its chest that stays open. It does not close. There is a huge gash of missing stone now across its chest. It's not bleeding or anything, but the whip cut deep. It's almost like you've cracked the stone and now Tarar can just break it in half.
Okay, I'm done. I'll stay where I'm at.
This gargoyle is going to try to break free from the constrictor snake. Wow.
Nope.
So Starla, you get to... Oh no, that's a DC. That's a straight DC. Right? Yeah. Let me double check. It's a strength... Is it a strength save or a strength check to beat that DC? Thank you. Yeah, it's just a strength check. So it doesn't matter in this case. He's not trained in athletics, so it's the same roll. Yeah, 5 will not do it. So he tries to break free from the constrictor snake, but it holds him fast. Twitch, you are injured a great deal from sucking your own water out of your body.
No, it was Circuit, I'm sure.
Yeah, Circuit is fine.
I will direct the Ratch to go help again. And I'm going to make another attempt. Because I am Twitch! $15.
You can roll again. You should have advantage, right? Because the rat helped.
17.
Against the big gargoyle?
Oh, mild magic!
Oh shit! That is the magic number. So go ahead and give me your damage and then we'll resolve the effect that happens. Your witch bolt is attached. For 2 lightning? Really? Wait. Why are you only rolling 1d12? Shouldn't it be 2d12? Or no, witch bolt is a... Never mind. It's a spell, not a cantrip. Okay.
I go...
Yeah, it's a little shocking.
And I lose 2d10 HP.
No, you don't. Is that what it does? Let me look at number 40.
That's what it does.
You lose 2d10 HP. So yeah, it's just literally you cast Witch Bolt and it drains your life, which would end the Witch Bolt as you fall unconscious.
Oh my god.
And prone.
Oh my god.
Twitch is the opposite of Jack.
And that's exactly how I designed him.
That's amazing.
I picture Circuit here, like standing here. I didn't heal him because I figured he's pretty safe. Everything's taken care of. All of a sudden, he's next to me for no reason.
He lashed his whip around that creature, and then his life force just went along the whip, and he fell unconscious.
So the lightning zapped the gargoyle, and then the lightning comes back, and you see it go through Twitch's body and into the ground, and you notice that he's standing in slush and using electricity, and you go, "Oh."
Today's not your day, little one.
Oh man.
That was interesting.
All right, Starla. You're a constrictor snake. You could care less what happened to Twitch.
I'm gonna attack this gargoyle I got in my clutches. Since I
You have advantage because he is restrained by you. Oh yeah, 23 definitely hits. 12 piercing, and it's considered magic because you are... Why? Shit. I took the hit points off the other gargoyle and it took it off this one as well. I don't know why they weren't two separate tokens. Damn it! Now I got to scroll up. How much bludgeoning did you do the first round? I can look it up. I'll just scroll up and see.
Did you set the tokens hit points?
I did 10 before. 10 before, 12 now, so 22 total.
22 out of its total. Okay, so it should have... Yeah, that gave the other one hit points too. So whatever it is that links them together, I must have done. Shit. Okay, well... I'll fix it. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter now. I know the other one's dead. I put an X on him. So I took the damage off of this one. He is about... I mean, he's crunching in your scaly grip. But he's still alive. Alright, Tarar.
The heat is beginning to form, so my hands are melting now into the stone of his wings as I'm gripping it harder. I can't do anything, so I'm just going to bash my head against its chest twice at disadvantage because I'm restrained as well. 19?
19 will hit him.
For 9, which I assume he has. And then here comes the second attack. 15.
Well, why are you doing 9 damage if you're using your head? Are you using your Morningstar or your head?
Well, I was just saying it with flavor, like I'm just using my head. So, but if you want me to do a D4 damage for head, we can do that.
Well, yeah, because it's an improvised weapon. You're using your head. So that's how I would call it. You're not.
Is it 1d4 plus strength?
I'll let you use your strength. Yeah. The second attack, 15 would miss. So you can do a d4 plus your strength and your rage. You can add, since you're raging, you can add the extra rage damage if you want. All right, I'll take 3 bludgeoning damage, and
the rat takes 3 fire too.
The rat would take 3 fire. And the gargoyle will take a total of 6.
That's the end of my turn?
Huh. This is an interesting barbarian build, Mark. You're not going for high damage, but you're going for taking... I mean, technically you're omitting me doing 50 points of damage on my turn.
Yes.
Which
I wanted to try to build an actual tank.
Yeah.
Not something that deals a lot of damage, but something that can soak it up and mitigate damage to something.
Yeah, this strategy is more effective than I thought it was going to be.
Basically, he made it taunt.
Yeah, and I want to kill him. But I can't. With the combination of the warlock and his high strength, I don't think I mean, I can't break free. This dude has a 22 strength. Anyway, good round. I mean, I know it's not as fun to do very little damage amounts, but you're negating so much damage that's more beneficial, I think, than doing a lot of damage.
I'm having a blast. Everybody's doing some cool stuff, so I'm enjoying myself.
If he does drop too low, I'll just life transference again.
Alright, Ikreg, you are watching this battle unfold, and it is impressive from back here. You've got your magical bow out. Your curse worked. The gargoyle was weakened by your curse and unable to break free from Tarar's grasp.
Hey, let's do that whole curse thing again. I'm gonna use my Hexblade's curse on the big guy. I'll move 10 feet up, or however far I need to get in range of him. I think it's 30. So I can move 5 feet up to get in range, and then I'll move back to here after I do that. And then I will attack him twice with my longbow. Do I get advantage on my longbow if the big gargoyle's grappled?
He's restrained, so yeah.
He's restrained, yeah. So restrained gives you advantage.
Perfect.
And you get a crit on a 19 or a 20. This is pretty awesome.
I also get extra damage equal to my proficiency modifier. So I think I added that all in here correctly. We're going to find out in a second. It's a 23.
23 definitely hits him.
For 11 damage.
Alright, so that's the 4 plus the 3 for your charisma mod, and the 4.
It's 3 for proficiency and 1 for a magical weapon.
Gotcha.
That comes from one of my invocations.
Okay. He takes all of that. 11 piercing.
And then I will do it once more for 21 for 10 more damage.
Alright, so your arrows coming from your summoned bow don't just hit the stony hide and bounce off, leaving a chip. They implant into its stony skin and stay there. And you see that they're leaving big giant holes as they break rocks free. I mean, the arrows actually are magic, so they disappear. I don't think you use ammunition, right? Or do you?
No, it's all summoned.
Okay, so the arrow vanishes after it hits, just leaving a big, wide, gaping hole where the arrow struck it. So, Dahak, you're a little bit jealous because your arrows feel like they're kind of chink and, chipping and bouncing, whereas Ikreg's are implanting big holes, big craters in the side of this creature. But you're still damaging it. Actually, you're doing about the same amount of damage. It's just a different effect. Alright, so are you done, Ikreg?
Yes, that's my action and my bonus action.
You step forward, cursed him, and then step back and threw 2 arrows, or launched 2 arrows at him, leaving some craters. He's not looking good. He's starting to falter under the onslaught that you guys are doing to him. Drepix.
With a grin, Drepix's eye glows bright blue as lightning kind of crackles around his eye, and booming energy shrouds his rapier. And he is going to charge forward and stab at the gargoyle.
All right.
I was kind of going diagonal.
It was 30 feet.
Twitch's prone body.
I looked at it. You got 30 feet there. You jump over Twitch's prone body. I love it. You splash a little bit of ice water splashes into Twitch's face. He chokes for a second. He's not dead. He's unconscious. But yeah, he's bleeding out in the snow. A 15 against the big gargoyle does not hit. Against the little gargoyle, it would have hit, but the big one has a little bit higher AC.
And I disenfranchised. I'm like goblin.
Yep. It is. Yeah, you should blame Twitch. Totally. Oh, you're cursing in goblin. I thought you were like, I'm cursing at the goblin. No, it's okay. Gotcha.
By the way, I forgot to roll my hex.
I'll add that. That he takes all 6 of that. That's necrotic.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I forgot that I did that.
That's okay. I forgot to. I should have reminded you. Dahak, you've got a clear line of sight against your target that's being restrained and held still for you.
Yes, I will continue my mastery of the archer. And here we go. How about a 23?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That is a mastery of archer.
And with sharpshooter, you dick. Okay, fine. So that's 15 and a half is 7, and 10 is 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 total damage. It's getting dark there, big guy. It's getting dark. Yeah, he's not dead, but your arrow leaves a big chunk of stone missing on the side of his face. You gotta be kidding me.
Just do it again.
He did. He did. So that is 14 is 7, 17, 18. 18 more damage. If you did that again, you would kill him. I'll just put it that way. So you see that you...
Or if I actually just got to do full damage.
If you did full damage, you would have killed him, yeah, in your first 2 shots. From the turn before when you crit also. Yeah, Dahak is a master. And you know what? I think it's because you got your mount back. So you're like astride your mount, and you're feeling like I have better aim when I'm just up this little bit higher. It's like driving in a big truck. And you have like clear view of the road. All right. It's got big chunks out of it. Actually, I'll say your second arrow pierced its wing and left a big hole in its wing, so it would have difficulty trying to fly away. It is its turn. It is gonna try to break free. Wait, I guess I could make all my attacks with disadvantage, right? I could do that.
You just get one, right?
No, I get 5 attacks. They would just all have disadvantage because I would be trying to do that through the grapple.
Oh, okay.
Magic number is 15, Ken.
I'm going to do that just for fun. Hopefully I can hit at least once. I'm clicking disadvantage, and we are going to try to shred this barbarian off of me.
Would it be normal since Tarar is also kind of restrained?
Oh, that's correct. Tarar is restrained.
But he's restrained as well.
Yeah, so I would have advantage.
Double advantage.
No, I have disadvantage for being restrained and advantage for attacking you.
It's like
if I tried to attack someone that's not you, like if I tried to attack the rat, I would have straight disadvantage.
So I would have had regular attacks on him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It all sounds confusing.
No,
the disadvantage and advantage would cancel each other
positive and
out
negatives.
in a regular attack.
So they both have the restrained condition.
Correct. Normally, you don't have a double restrain like this, so you don't see this condition come up very often. But in a double restrain, when you're pinning somebody that is also restraining yourself, then you would both attack normally against each other.
I'm going to roll 1d4 plus another 3, and then you can have that damage. Because I would have hit him with a 20.
Yep, that's fair. Give it to me. Break his neck before I even get to make my attack.
He takes 3 more.
Oh, that...
Isn't it 4 more with your rate?
That's correct, Mark. Connor is right. I took 4 points of damage because you're raging.
Ooh, sweet.
So, because you did a total of 8 with the rage, so I just made that a 4. All right, so he is really on his last sliver. So I'm going to go ahead and try to shred this barbarian off of me. Here's a bite. You're raging, so you're going to half this. That's 5.
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a hit.
So 3, so that's 8 total.
That's a hit.
And 4 more. So 12 total points of damage as he tries to shred you off. And that's probably the last thing he's going to do. Take it away, Sir Kith.
Well, I'm gonna reach out again and call forth my friendly helping hand.
I like how you guys are just leaving Twitch to bleed out there next to you. That's awesome. I love it.
But miss with that.
A 10 will miss.
As my bonus action, I'm going to heal Twitch with.
Oh, you're going to say a little prayer?
Well, in exchange, fair is fair. For the life you gave me, here's a little bit for yourself. Don't spend it all in one place.
All right, Twitch. You gasp for air as you regain consciousness with the 5 healing. Something about Surikith's magic, though, leaves an oily, almost slimy aftertaste in your mouth, as if you drank something that was like acrid.
Or there's something in the snow.
or there, yeah, it might be yellow snow. You don't know.
For player knowledge, this is like smoke that could be accumulated in the snow.
Actually, it's a good idea, Tora. I probably would say basically, you stop killing yourself and be useful.
Alright, same deal for you, Starla. I'm gonna go ahead and use my last turn to attack you with disadvantage. Since I'm not grappling you, I get disadvantage. Or, yeah, you're not grappled. So I'm gonna try to bite and claw you with disadvantage. So an 8.
That's a miss.
And a 12.
A 12 is what you need.
Alright, so he does... Why is that plus... Oh, because that first number is a crit. So it's not a crit, so you just take the 7 slashing. Why... The first number is a 19. Why is it marking it with a plus 1? Anyway, there's no extra plus 1. It's the d6 plus 2. That's the damage it does. So it does a total of 7 points of damage to you. And it is still trying to break free, or it's not trying to break free. It tried to bite and claw at you while you have it grappled.
It's just gonna accept
you are
fate.
conscious. You regain your consciousness. You have about as much health as you did last time you killed yourself.
I never look towards the past. I always look towards the future. And
yeah, the lightning bolts never travel backwards, right?
Nope, they always go forward. I spend half my movement to get up. And then I'm going to scream and run at this gargoyle.
Wow, Twitch is insane. I love the way you're playing this guy. This is the crazy goblin. Drepix, you're looking at him like, I think he's a little loony.
I
Same
think
race, but different class.
That affected his brain.
I cast Shocking Grasp!
He may have been shocked one. Oh, nice! But at 23, he crazily runs forward with lightning at his fingertips, jumps up and grabs the gargoyle being coiled up in the snake. Jesus, that's a lot of damage. Nice job.
Yeah, you do have advantage because he's restrained.
I'll go crit fishing.
That's true. Go crit fish for me. Okay, we'll take the 15. The 15 is a lot from what he had left. So you shock him, and you notice that the arc of electricity...
Also, does that kill him?
It does not.
I'm going to add Fury of the Small.
Oh my god, here we go.
And I believe... that does an extra 6 points of damage.
Alright, that brings him into the single digits, but he's not dead yet. So you basically, the lightning courses through him, and then like a strobe light comes out of his ears and eyes, and you see that the rocks are starting to crack and crumble away. The electricity spews forth from the cracks and then dissipates, and he's still alive, but barely holding himself together.
I would empower it, but I can't get much more powerful than that.
That was a good surge. He cannot take reactions, so if you don't want to stop right next to him, you can just freely move away.
Unfortunately, that took all of my movement. So
I'll
be right there.
You're trusting that snake has got him in its grasp, and Starla's gonna kill it right now anyway. So, yeah. Starla, bite its freaking head off. Oh my god!
And the rat help.
Well, no, Starla's biting this one. Yeah, that's it. It had 9 health left, so you crunch into its head and just bite this gargoyle in half. It crumbles into big chunks of rock and falls falls to the ground.
Okay, that'll be my turn.
All right, so I guess you move forward a little bit just to get close to this big guy.
Yes.
Tarar, you can attack normally. You can headbutt this thing to death, or you can grab your whatever you want to do and.
Can I recklessly headbutt it?
Yes, I will allow you to recklessly. You're throwing caution to the wind. You can recklessly headbutt him.
Okay.
But basically, that's 2 advantage and a disadvantage.
I know, it would still be normal, but I'm going to recklessly headbutt. I'm starting.
I'll let it go. Yeah. Give me norm. A 13 does not hit him.
Nope.
Nor does an 11.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, so you're bashing your head against him and kind of just giving yourself a headache. I mean, he is stone, but it's definitely raging. You still do your fire aura damage, don't you?
3 damage to him and the rest.
Okay, and the snake, right? Is it everything within 5 feet?
Oh yeah. Sorry, Starly, you would take 3 damage.
That's okay. I'm only at 56.
I'm lost in my fury right now.
Only 56.
Alright, Ikreg. The gargoyle is not looking good. He's still wrapped up. He tried to slash and bite at Tarar, got a couple of purchases, and then basically you see the heat of Tarar kind of melting some of the stone off of him.
Alright, I will launch 2 more Eldritch arrows at this dude. Oh my god.
An 11 is gonna miss. A 22 will hit, though.
12 damage. I can't believe I got 11.
He had 10 hit points remaining. So your second
perfect.
arrow plunges into its chest, and it just sends the cracks all around its body as it crumbles to rocks on the ground.
Awesome.
Can I break it apart like Captain America splitting the log?
Yes, you can. They're big chunks. I mean, it like a whole arm falls off. The wings crackle and fall apart. Its big tail is on the ground, but they're just big chunks of rock now. It's almost as if some kind of magic animated these statues, and that magic is gone now. Its eyes have gone dark. It's just like a statue now that broke apart.
Well, I must say the most dangerous thing in that fight was Twitch himself.
Yes. Alright, it is almost midnight. So what I would like to ask you guys is if you want to short rest before you try to pull this grate off the pipe and go down it. I'm assuming the answer is going to be yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I might as well
And
let
then the other
goblin here.
So you guys do the short rest now on your tokens, because when I prep for next time, I kind of want to see what your green bars look like. So whatever it is you're gonna heal to add or get back on your character sheets, let's do that now since we have a couple of minutes. And there's there's another little rule change I'm making in my game, by the way. Short rests are now a half an hour; they're not an hour. I've never really liked the fact that they take a whole hour. It doesn't make sense if you're trying to hurry up. So you can short rest for an hour, but a minimum of a half an hour to bandage your wounds, grab some water, take a leak, that kind of stuff is what you're doing during a short rest. So let's do that to your character sheets, and then I just want to ask if anybody plans to do anything specific so I can set up the scene for next time. Like, put yourself in this scene. Every once in a while, I've described, you're seeing a cloud of smoke billow out of the pipe. I've given you no other specific information besides that. Do you want more specific information, and how do you get that?
Trepix would have probably went up to the grate, seen if there was something locking it in place, and try and time how frequently the smoke comes up.
Okay, that's what I was hoping somebody would say. Can you give me an investigation check, please, Drepit?
Can I help him out with that?
You can? Wow. All right. So, using your fingers and watching the steam billow up, you count on your fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then another billow of steam comes out. And you notice that it seems to, as the steam rises, it seems to match the color of the clouds around you. And you're starting to, your investigation being as high as it is, you can kind of determine that the clouds are not natural. The entire top half of this fortress is covered in fake cloud. It's all steam that enshrouds this gnome fortress in clouds that nobody can see through. However, you count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the steam does not come out. It waits till about the count of 9, and then it billows out again. So you try it again, and you count again. This time, it waits a full 12 seconds, and it billows out. And then 3 seconds later, it shoots again. So you get the impression it's not happening at regular intervals. You look down at the grate, and you see that it's basically slid over the top of this hole. It's not anchored in any way. It is a steel iron wrought grate. It's pretty heavy, and it's also extremely hot from being constantly blasted with the hot steam. But it is not anchored to the hole.
If we look down in it, can we see like a bottom or a path where we might get out of the...
You're not talking again without holding the button, are you?
You didn't hear me? I said give me a perception check, and this will determine 2 things. Maybe I didn't have the button down. Did you hear me that time?
I did.
Okay.
I'm just checking my boom.
All right. That's high enough to do 2 things. One, since you've realized on your previous check that the steam is not coming out in regular intervals, you put your face over to look down the hole and then quickly move your face back. And then you do it a couple of times, trying to time it in between the steam blasts. Anything higher than a 12 was successful to not get blasted in the face with steam. But you look down, and with your dark vision, you can see that the tube is dark. You do see a ladder along the side of the wall. As far as you can tell, the ladder looks pretty sturdy, but it's a single ladder, and you can only see down about 60 feet, and you don't see any detail along the side of the wall from that vision, from that check. It just looks like a sheer tube of some kind of it's rock on the top, but the tube itself is lined with some kind of metal, which is unusual. It is a steel tube with an iron grate on the top. You also notice, one of the things you notice with anything higher than a 12 is that it is very straight. It doesn't look like it was a mining tunnel per se, because miners don't cut circles this perfect.
Looks like it'll be a straight shot down. Can't really time the hot smoke. And the
Does it
current
go
is
straight
pretty-
down?
Yes.
As far as the 60 feet that you can see, you don't see any bend in it.
Can I drop a rock down?
Yes, you can.
Might not be very good.
It would make noise when it hits the bottom. But, so, I'll just say a rock is being held over the top of the grate in between the steam blast. Does anybody want to stop that from happening?
I will.
Alright, so Surikith grabs your wrist and says, no. We may alert people down there to our presence if we drop something in.
I will violently throw her arm off and I go, don't touch me! You know what happened last time?
You killed yourself?
Saved your life!
And I saved yours.
Terrar will look at the hawk. Your eyes better in dark than ours. Care to look?
I walk over to the edge and look over to see if I can see any better.
Because he has superior dark vision, correct?
So does Ikreg, I think. Does Dahak, do you have superior dark vision, or is it, I thought it was just Ikreg.
Yeah, I have 120 feet. I can take a look.
No, mine's just regular dark vision.
Yeah, I think it's Ikreg with his invocation can see.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a look, see what my hobgoblin eyes can see.
Alright, so give me a perception check.
Oh no.
Has the grate been removed yet?
No, the grade is not, nobody said they're removing it.
That's a 7.
Alright, so Ikreg, you, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Right, let's not burn my face off. 19.
That's enough. So you stick your face over and you look down and you see the steam coming up at your face and you move your head back just in time to not get your face burnt off. But it does not allow you to see much detail down the pit. You do see enough to notice that even at the extent of your dark vision, you do not see a curve, bend, or change in the pipe. Meaning it's probably deeper than 120 feet.
This thing, I'm assuming, goes straight down.
So as far as you saw, it goes straight down. You did notice that the ladder that you can see at the edge, there's like a ladder connected to the edge here. It goes straight down too. And as far as you could tell, the ladder was intact, all the way down to the extent of your vision.
Terrar is going to rage pull the the grate off.
It doesn't even require a check, but it will do some fire damage to you if you touch it with your bare hands.
It's cool resistance.
And perfect, you take 1 point of damage.
Stick your hands in the snow.
Actually, I don't think anybody has a way to protect us from the heat. Packing our clothing with snow might not be a bad idea with this hot steam. It'll at least give us a small amount of protection for a short amount of time. Maybe.
Alright, so we'll go ahead. This is a good place to end the session. I have the information that you've gathered written down. If you're going to prep something like shoving a bunch of snow and slush into your clothes, just type that here in the chat so I can, because I'll look back at what we put in the chat. All your tokens are healed. We've got the spider token for Starla. We don't need this spiritual weapon out anymore.
Shovel snow down hole?
Now, in response to the last person who thought about throwing something down the hole, just keep in mind that there might be something at the other end of that hole. Whatever you put down there that will fall might get noticed.
Oh, I also...
It'll be fine.
But that's completely up to you. I'm not trying to stop you. I'm just saying that that's an obvious thing that they'll whatever might be there might be something at the other end of that tube. And I had intended that we would get past the tube tonight, so this is okay that we didn't. Because the other thing you'll want to add to your tokens next week or next time we play in 2 weeks on the 13th, you will level up. So you will get an extra hit die of hit points added to your tokens before we start this encounter. You can throw the rat down. I mean, a rat falling down this tube might not arouse any kind of suspicion, actually. Although, you never know. Wait till you get down there. I made a map for this, and I'm so excited about this. I've never created something as creative encounter-wise as this.
We're just standing on top of this fucking thing watching Twitch for animals. Throw another.
But it's good that you're 7th level going into this part. The rest of it, expect a mix of using your minds to figure out these puzzle type things. I gave you an easy one with the lines, and really smart, Starla. That was a good breakdown that you came to. That was exactly how I broke it down, and you guys figured that out. There was an easy, a medium, and a hard solution, and you guys picked the medium one. Good game. You guys don't forget to level up. Our next game is on the 14th. Is that right? Yeah, September 14th. Oh, but whatever boons you had are not active going into the next session. Mark, don't be sorry. I actually love the strategy. It's something I haven't seen done before. I was feeling bad nerfing all of your attacks the whole night. Like, oh, you're only doing 3 points of damage. I feel like a dick not letting you use your Morningstar damage rolls, but you weren't using a Morningstar. So I liked the flavor text you were doing, but you were punching with your head and your shoulders and stuff, so that's not your weapon. I would imagine your head does less damage than you as a bugbear swinging a Morningstar. So I felt bad at first until you said, "No, it's okay. I like that. You like what you're doing." And
I mean, you let me eat children, so like I can't say like, "Oh no."
You did eat children. Gnome children are in your stomach. You will poop them out tomorrow.
So my next biggest thing is whether I'm going to take strength improvement score at 8 or just take tough and just pile my HP.
Yeah, that's
the next thing.
That's the biggest tank. I mean, honestly, the idea of you restraining and grappling something that has multi-attack, that does so much benefit for the party. Because you nerfed me down to very few rolls when that whole encounter was built around me getting 9 attacks per round. The little gargoyles had 2 and the big guy had 5. So I had built that around 7 players and me getting 9 attacks per round. And you took that down to, well, and Starla combined took me down to 4 attacks in a round. So if you think about the CR change that you did alone, you and Starla together, was massive. You took a deadly or a hard fight and made it kind of trivial. So that was awesome, actually. That strategy outdid the numbers game there. You that was smart. Brains over brawn, even though you're playing a barbarian.
Yeah. He's just grabbing onto stuff. That's like how that's why he hated fighting the ghosts.
Shoot, I should point that out. David, are you still awake and on the chat?
Yeah.
Hunter's Mark is the same as Hex. It has an 8-hour concentration as well. The only problem I think with it is you can't move it to another target until that target drops to 0. So you still would have had to end the Hunter's Mark on Lorilla
I did.
As she flew away. But if you kill a thing and you haven't, like, for example, this Hunter's Mark that you casted here, you can maintain concentration right now. And as a bonus action, move that mark to another target without having to recast the spell.
Right.
So I just wanted to let you know that in case you didn't know. Unless you don't get to kill the thing, just like Hex, you can keep that up for 8 hours. You don't have to use another spell slot, which will help you since you didn't get a full rest.
Yeah,
but that's only if you cast it at 3rd or 4th level, though, right?
No?
Yeah.
Oh,
So I
Hex,
think-
yes, but Hunter's Mark also has an 8 hour, doesn't it? Or is it 1 hour? It
I
might
think
be
it's
1 hour.
regularly 1 hour, but if you cast it at a higher level,
You're right.
when you cast it at a spell using 3rd or 4th level, you can maintain it. 5th level,
Okay,
you get
so
it for
I
a
don't-
whole day.
Yeah, I don't know how. You're probably using it as a first level spell, given that you're a lower level ranger, right? Are you using a first level spell slot?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to look at the card. It didn't post it like I wanted it to. Yeah, because I don't have 3rd level spell slots.
Okay, so it's for 1 hour. So if you, since your short rest is only a half an hour, you can have it active for the next half an hour. And you should get down this pipe in less than half an hour. So you'll still have Hunter's Mark active unless you take damage and it breaks concentration. So let's I'm gonna mark that down.
So next session we start at level 7.
Yes, you start at 7th level next session. So if any time between now and then you guys want to log in and level up your character sheets and you can add whatever you gain. You just don't get to heal anything more than you spent during a rest. Does that make sense? So like if you gain 7 HP in a hit die, you can add that 7 hit points. But yeah, you guys leveled up before you go down the tube.
In which case, I will lose my Devil's Sight. And I am exchanging that for Agonizing Blast.
Okay, so it's a good thing you used it. No, wait, Devil's Sight's the thing that lets you see in darkness, right?
Yeah.
That's not your extended range dark vision.
No, that's both. It increases my dark vision to 120 feet, and it lets me see magic.
Okay, so your dark vision will go back to normal 60 feet?
Yes.
Alright, so I'll say that the last time you used your extended dark vision was when you barely dodged the steam that blasted you in the face. And then your eyes kind of dim a little bit and you lose your extended dark vision. As a roleplay flavor that you swap that out.
Yeah, I think my character's ready to go for 7th level.
I just changed your token to have 60 feet instead of 120 feet dark vision, so you guys should be good. Alright, that was fun. I hope you guys had a good time.
I had a great time.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this challenge plays out. This is the thing, by the way, David and Chris, that I texted you I was a little nervous about. This can go both ways. I think I ran a PC through it and he survived. But if the die rolls are abysmal and you guys have bad luck and you don't think about it, what's happening, put yourself in the moment, you could all burn up and die.
Yeah, I think I may cast Fly and try to get through this quickly.
Drepix, you did a good start by trying to time it. That's a clue. What I gave you guys was a clue. Even though it might not seem like it. But it was. Alright, well that was fun. I'm gonna head out.
Everybody, I enjoyed actually healing for a change.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm so
that
happy
wild
I get
magic
Feral
was-
Instinct.
Was freaking wild too. And Twitch, you're a good sport. I thought for sure you were gonna be kind of bummed that you went down so fast, but you role played that excellently. and totally in character. And if I was writing a book, this would be my favorite character in the fucking story. I tell you right now.
Yeah,
You survived falling off a cliff, and then you electrified yourself to death.
I looked through this wild magic table, and it's like 80% of it will kill me.
Well, I'm glad you're being a really great sport about it, and the role play is the funnest part, and you're kicking that off. So, very well played.
When's the next session? Just out of curiosity. Sorry.
September 14 will be our next session.
It's on time then. Okay.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Great. Thank you.
Well,
everybody.
until then,
Good time.
everyone.
Thanks, Ken.
Yep.
Thanks,
Thank you guys. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, all.